Recording in progress.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. We're going to go back to finish up on G2 from yesterday, and then we'll be on our regular agenda items for the Saturday here. So with that, I'll turn to Vice Chair Hassemer to finish up G2. Pete?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trust everyone had a good evening to think about all our reports and the public comments and digest this material. When we left our session yesterday afternoon, we had just gotten into council discussion, which includes any more questions anybody has, trying to clarify, sort through things and discuss this and see what we need to do. I think our council action is up there before us on those three items. So with that great pause, I'm going to look around for any hands. Marcia Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was hoping to take an opportunity to bring the gap back up. And they're all gone.
They all left?
I believe I was in communication with Harrison Eibach, who is a GAP member. He was not testifying on behalf. He didn't give the GAP report yesterday, but if he's available, maybe he'd be an appropriate stand-in.
Do we know if Harrison is here? Harrison is online, and trustee will be able to speak for the GAP. Harrison, can you hear us?
I can. Good morning.
All right. Marcy, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yesterday, Harrison, I know you weren't here, but we heard a bit from the Office of Law Enforcement and the enforcement consultants about concerns with vessels that participate both in the directed commercial halibut fishery and having difficulties distinguishing those vessels from ground fish vessels because of the way they fish. They're fishing similarly. They may be fishing in the same area, and it's difficult to tell from the sky which fishery they may be participating in, or if they're participating in both. I know there's concern with DC participants that maybe are not ground fish participants, or not held to the same accountability standards as ground fish. If they were participating in the DC fishery and were not also participating in the groundfish fishery, that would mean they'd be needing to discard the groundfish that they'd be catching in association with directed halibut fishery activities. I was wondering if this discard situation presents concerns for the GAP, and what you think about the potential for those discards to increase if we don't take actions here today to essentially bring the directed commercial halibut fishery in line with the same accountability measures that we hold our open access and commercial permitted groundfish fleet to.
Through the vice chair. Thank you, Marcy. I appreciate that, and good morning again. This conversation, we've been having a lot of this conversation in the GAP. Probably a bit more than what I really anticipated. We were a little shocked to see that this could potentially even be on future workload still. I mean, we as a GAP, and with all of our discussions, I mean, we kind of saw this as kind of a slam dunk. Let's move through with the rulemaking and put this behind us, because we feel as though that it's pretty much common sense that even though the halibut fishery may not have an FMP and be, under Magnuson, like the rest of these fisheries that the council has and manages, we as the GAP feel as though that it's one and the same. Halibut and groundfish, in our eyes, are one and the same. 99% of the fishermen who fish for halibut, directed halibut, are groundfish guys, groundfish boats. And we have been so used to accountability. We agree with accountability. We agree with the use of VMSs and Seabird streamers. I think it's all part of the best management for the groundfish fishery. And in our eyes, I say the groundfish fishery, but in our eyes, that includes halibut, even though technically halibut is not part of it. In regards to discards, yeah, we have a major problem with discards. That was part of the discussion that we've had over and over about the issue here is, here's, a handful of people that as of now, a handful of people, but there's a handful of people that are participating in directed fishery that are most likely discarding large amounts of fish just because they don't want to have any sort of accountability or have a VMS. And in our eyes, those of us who have had VMSs for a long time, as far as I can remember, I've had a VMS. Had a VMS from on a 19-foot vessel up to the vessel that I have now, 50-something foot. As long as I can remember, I've had a VMS. It's not that big of a deal. And if anything, what we had joked about in the GAP was that, for these handful of vessels, that if they were required to have a VMS, they would probably write us a letter of appreciation, thanking us for making them have a VMS, because at some point in time, you never know when there's going to be some sort of salmon collapse or, other fishery constraints that take place, and they're going to need more opportunity. And so with a VMS, we've joked about how, if anything, it's going to provide more opportunity to those vessels where they can participate in other fisheries and actually maybe, it could probably help them out in the future. So we're not sure on the GAP. We're not really too sure what the hangup is. We don't really understand why there can't really be a rulemaking to require, a VMS and seabird avoidance measures for these vessels, because we see groundfish and halibut as one and the same. And we know that it's only a handful of vessels now, an average of 6. But that being said, it might not always be 6. And I think there's a lot of concern amongst the fleet about the halibut fleet, those who participate in the directed fishery, about how potentially at any point you can see a major effort shift into this fishery. And if you're not going to allow or require, if you're not going to require these vessels to have a VMS, and we see a massive effort shift into this fishery, it's going to become a problem as well. So we don't understand why we just don't take care of this immediately. before there potentially is some sort of effort shift into this fishery. I think that I believe that there's even a public comment in the briefing book as well about wanting to close off this fishery. I mean, there's quite a few fishermen, and I know that these talks have taken place in Oregon for a long time, and they've heard from quite a few other halibut fishermen that participate in the directed fishery that are wanting to, create this, make a limited entry fishery of some sort. So even those who have participated in the fishery are not wanting any sort of mass increase of effort. I guess I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy, that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Harrison, I do have just a question, just my lack of knowledge about the details. So aside from, say, personal motivation, is there anything structural difference about what is necessary for a boat to participate in the directed halibut fishery versus groundfish? I mean, for someone who is, choosing essentially not to participate in the groundfish fishery, could that be related to additional other structural needs on the boat, or is it really not different?
Through the vice chair. Thanks, Sharon. Any vessel that participates in the directed halibut fishery has the capabilities to participate in any groundfish fishery because the gear types are one and the same. So there are some vessels that are maybe not as equipped. They may not be as efficient to truly participate on a higher level of retaining more fish or potentially setting more gear, setting more long lines or anything of that sort. But the reality is any vessel that is participating in the DC fishery is basically participating in a groundfish fishery. The gear types are 100% the same.
Thank you. That is helpful.
Thank you. Asia Shumilo?
Thank you. I have a question and then some comments to make. But the question was to Angela. I just wanted to follow up on the question that I ended the day with yesterday about the size of the vessel, the 6 vessels that are currently that we're currently considering with this action.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Schmidt. We were able to get that information. So of the vessels participating in 2023, in those vessel classes A through C, so those are the ones with the most revenue concerns, there was 1 vessel that fell into that class range in 2023 and 3 in 2024.
Thank you. And so I'll go into my comments, and I'm going to stop short of everything that I have to say to allow additional discussion here. And I wanted to agree with what Harrison said and and echo what he said about potential new entrants to the fishery in the future being a concern and something that we should think about in the long term, that if we're creating regulations here, we're trying to ensure that we have the mechanisms to monitor and prevent bycatch on all the vessels that might come into the fishery in the future. So it's not really just thinking about these 6 vessels, it's thinking about what we want the shape of this to be in the longer term. But as it stands right now, there are still only 6 vessels that we're potentially talking about. It's a very small set of regulated entities. And what really strikes me is there's a really, unfortunately, large cost to those 6 vessels as it stands right now and the way that the action is set up, and a really large regulatory burden for the agency to put this action through with it focusing on that few vessels. In some of the discussions that we had last night, and then in considering the broader changes that the council wants for this fishery that we're thinking about for expanding access to this fishery, it really strikes me that this is somewhat a prioritization exercise. And I think I guess this is a question to Noah somewhat and to the council about future workload. If we put our eggs in this basket of finalizing this action right now, it's going to tie up some of the regulatory staff workload time that I think could potentially be devoted to other things that may benefit more participants in the fishery. And I guess I haven't been around in the discussions enough to know the nature of the other things that the council is considering for halibut. And so that's a question to everybody does doing this right now, knowing that it's probably going to tie everybody up for a long time, is it worth it to spend the energy here on this action versus doing something else that may benefit more participants in this fishery? And that's a question to everybody. Just not knowing what else is going on. So thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Further discussion, Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thanks for the input from Harrison. I really appreciate that, and I just wanted to share some of the things that I'm contemplating about this, and it is really an action that I think that I support. I support the actions proposed here, the VMS and the Seabirds in particular, but I am not. I'm very open-minded to understanding this workload issue. And I know sometimes when we hear workload, it's unsatisfying. Like we think, well, that's not a very good excuse to not move forward. But I know that issue is bigger than just not having enough staff. But I think it's important that we think about how this fishery has evolved since it's been taken over by National Marine Fisheries Service rather than the IPHC. And I don't know that there's really been the resources available to accept that new workload. And so that's just me explaining that I appreciate that not only is there workload with the 17 halibut actions, I got that number right, that happened last year for halibut alone, and how that affects a rule such as this. And so is there an opportunity to think about some of these ideas that we've heard from the GAP about improving the directed commercial halibut fishery alongside what I view as a necessary action to enforce bycatch and enforce area closures that are in place for other sectors. So that's just sharing some of my thoughts here, and maybe a question to NMFS, Josh, on, I thought I heard you say yesterday about when you were speaking about the need for all of the in-season rulemaking actions that you had to do, that you're working on improving that. And just the question is, did I hear that right? And maybe could you explain a bit if that's what you were saying? Thank you.
Josh Lindsay.
Vice Chair, thank you. Thank you for the question, Ms. Hall. Sorry about that. Yes, for the directed fisheries specifically, we've been looking at new ways to both streamline our process and then make it more efficient for the industry. We've heard from the industry that not knowing the dates, the preference for the 2 weeks, to get at some of that, we've been exploring different avenues. We've been looking at some of the ways the Bluefin fishery has utilized notice for putting actions out. And that's something that staff and I have been exploring and hope to get to. That will not relieve the burden of still needing to track landings, determine what new limits will be, and all the other associated work that comes to that. So it'll most likely be a time efficiency with a slight workload efficiency on that one.
Thank you. And just again, an appreciation for what I think is happening behind the scenes that is not always seen, and that you are adapting to managing this fishery, and appreciate that work.
Josh.
To the Vice Chair, thank you. If you don't mind, I just wanted to follow up on also the workload comments by Mr. Shumila and Heather Hall. I think we've previously expressed and still have concerns about the cost and burden of these actions on the fishery participants. I think those are the comments we provided previously. I very much appreciate some of the questions I don't expect less from this council of trying to get to sort of the impacts of these actions. Very much appreciate the amount of time and effort council staff put into this robust analysis that's in front of the council. This is by far the largest look at the halibut fishery that I think has happened by this council, and it was pretty impressive. And so interested in the continued conversation and participating in that conversation today on those costs and benefits to the fishery participants. But yes, as a secondary matter, all these actions will take time and effort and staff resources. And I agree, it's not necessarily the reason to not move forward on actions that the council has in front of them, but I do think it's important information for the council to have to make those decisions of the impacts of moving forward with a certain action and what that may mean for other actions. These commercial fishery actions will be ultimately, if the agency determines they're appropriate and moves forward with them, 3 separate rulemaking packages and complicated rulemaking packages. When you are inputting new regulations on the public like this, not just setting a new TAC or a new quota, it comes with a lot of other steps on the regulatory side. So each of them would likely take 1.5 years or so to do. And, either that means moving, for my branch, and it's a bit of a microcosm of Sustainable Fisheries Division, that's either moving resources from CPS ecosystem climate work that my folks work on, or not being able to take up other actions, or both. So just to maybe follow up on that workload aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Josh. I certainly recognize that halibut is part of a new branch, and your workload and your responsibilities have evolved substantially. And there are certainly, I think, our expectation that there will be some growing pains as things develop. I guess I would just note that the council in its other fishery FMP processes and activities has a pretty extensive process for in-season actions, both for commercial fisheries and for sport fisheries. And on the regulatory side, I'm thinking of salmon as an example. We take about 40, 50 in-season actions on salmon throughout the course of the fishing season. And the reason we do that is to ensure that we stay within our accountability measures and that our objectives are achieved, both so that we maximize available harvest and that we ensure that our conservation objectives are attained. And so we go through a process that's fairly involved, that involves agency co-managers and stakeholders. And we discuss the progress of the fisheries to date with the most up-to-date catch information, and decisions on things like rollovers are made, impact neutral measures and then determinations on numbers of fish that are allowed in subsequent quota periods, all in response to our overall goal of managing fisheries, both to maximize utilization and to ensure that we are working within our ESA and our MSA objectives. On the groundfish side, we have a different yet similar in-season process here in the council arena, where we take up groundfish in-season actions at each council meeting. And again, we're tracking the progress of the catch in season, and agencies are providing information that they've gotten from fish tickets and monitoring programs. And we consider input from industry in terms of what opportunities perhaps they would like to see increase. And then there's an evaluation done to see if increases can be provided. And then the council takes that advice and considers it and makes recommendations. And NMFS does respond accordingly with an in-season rule, usually following each council meeting. but it's a well-defined process. The rules of the road are laid out ahead of time, pre-season, in terms of what's inbounds in terms of an in-season action versus what may be out of bounds. So we have some guideposts, which is similar to salmon, although they aren't doing an actual rule with each of these 40 in-season actions. We utilize the tools like the salmon hotline. I would note we have a halibut hotline, and that's used as well. And so I appreciate that regulatory needs are extensive and time consuming and labor intensive. But I guess I would just ask, have you looked at these two other, I think, excellent examples of how we do both sport and commercial in-season actions for salmon and for groundfish, perhaps as a model? And again, I realize your shop is not intimately connected with either salmon or groundfish, but perhaps those are some examples to look to that may bring future regulatory efficiencies. So maybe you can speak to that. Thanks.
Josh, anything you can add there?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Yaremko. Yes, aware of those other processes. I think we've looked at those as templates. I'd say I think we move quite a bit faster than groundfish. The actions that we're implementing, I'd also note, we are following the guidelines that the council has asked us through the catch area plan, similar to the proposal California has under G1 to be able to move fish in season between areas. So we will be codifying that, which will set guidelines on how we do in-season actions. So yes, there's a regulatory burden to some of this. This is the regulatory burden somewhat established by the council of how they would like things to be done in season. I think we've, in terms of speed, we've, gotten those down to 7-8 days. We're always looking for efficiency within the government if there's another way to do business, such as our exploration of the bluefin and email announcements to better accommodate that directed fishery. As I mentioned before, that's something we will do. And I'll note, although I spoke to them a little bit about workload yesterday, that inclusion of the list of the actions in our NIMS report, that's just a standard thing we do typically in our NIMS report. It was not sort of any sort of underlying intent behind that. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Marcy Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I got to say, I wish Bob Dooley was here because one thing that Bob has really impressed on us in the California delegation is the importance of accountability and holding ourselves to higher standards. And this was definitely a focal point of discussion for him throughout his tenure, with particular focus, I'd say, on the open access fleet. He's often noted that we do need to hold that sector to standards, maybe not the same standards as perhaps the IQ fleet, but we need to do our best to ensure that our fishery participants are accountable. We made some decisions long ago with application of VMS to the OA fleet with the goal of ensuring accountability. I'm thinking about the recent actions we've taken to require non-trawl logbooks and actions to require a permit registration for the open access fishery. And these are things that, again, allow for reporting and accountability and allow us to, I think, do our best to adhere to and uphold the national standards. This council is a Magnuson-created body, and we are, I think, tasked with upholding the national standards and ensuring that they are met. And even though halibut is a fishery that's not an MSA fishery, if it is the subject of our discussions here around the table, I believe that in taking our oaths, it's our responsibility that we are attempting to manage this fishery under the guidance and auspices of the national standards. I'm thinking about what Harrison said about the halibut fishery or halibut fleet and the groundfish fleet being one and the same. And I do not know why we would want to continue to develop this fishery without ensuring that there are accountability measures. We are only asking to hold this fleet to the same standards that we're holding our groundfish fleet to. So with that, I support the action. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Asia Shumilo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Marcy, thank you for that very careful description of the regulatory processes that your state goes through. And this has been coming up the last few days, and I speak somewhat from my old experience in NMFS. We always in this process compare our state and federal processes to each other without a strong understanding of each other's processes, and sometimes disregard each other's processes and the complexities behind them and underneath them. And so I want to say that for everyone to remember that we don't understand what each of our systems take to move. And whatever we can do in the future to gain better understanding of what our different systems do to move, before casting aspersions on other systems or asking people to do things other ways, I hope that we can try to do that in the future. And that came up, it's come up a couple times in my discussions around this issue. And I speak a lot from my familiarity in NMFS, but something that's easy in the state or easy for a few people may not be easy on the federal level. And I think that's just something to keep in mind. I do support all of these measures going forward, less so the catch reporting requirement, more so the streamline and the BMS requirement. I think I'm just asking for balancing it with some other benefit to the fleet and some grander benefit on the whole, and asking if, again, the regulatory time and effort at this moment is what everyone wants to spend time on, given that it's going to be a lot of work. Are there things that are better for the fishery as a whole?
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Along the lines of what Ms. Shmela was just asking about, this might be a question for NMFS. You mentioned that these three actions would have to be probably three individual rulemakings. If we were to go down a route of maybe postponing action on these for now, but instead under workload planning, prioritize looking at the directed fishery more holistically, kind of like the GAP recommended, would we be able to fold one or two of those into reimagining that fishery, or would they still need to be separate agenda or separate rulemakings? Just thinking, doing a bigger picture halibut, directed halibut rulemaking, could we incorporate these into that?
I think that was a question to NMFS. Josh?
So when you're going to say council staff, Vice Chair. Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. I'm always hesitant to speak about hypotheticals. And I'm not sure I've fully thought through this concept. But yes, at the moment, I don't think there's a reason why that could not happen. Obviously, all the same standards sort of apply. You need to be looking at the costs and benefits of the action. But if a new action is, sort of changing what is happening on the water, that may change what, sort of the record in front of the council for these other things as well. So yes, it's something we typically do when we implement a new conservation management measure. We need sort of additional enforcement actions for those types of actions. We do we do dual packages like that or combined packages. So the scenario does exist.
Thank you.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice Chair. I just wanted to note, and I really support what Marcy said earlier. I'd like to see at this point moving forward with an FPA for all three of these council actions. Marcy channeled Bob. It's funny because I had the exact same thought, which is something that Bob talked about a lot, which was accountability and thinking about fairness across fleets. And, you know, that's a tough subject. It means a lot of different things. But I think we have an interesting example of it here today with what I see to be a relatively straightforward set of things that we can do to increase fairness and accountability. We're improving enforcement at the request of enforcement, protecting seabirds and avoiding ESA issues, and improving our data. Overall, I think this is in the scope of improving our halibut fishery and hopefully growing it, and ideally getting more access and getting a larger slice of the pie in the future. So planning for an optimistic future where this can become a bigger fishery and we can have more fishing. I wanted to recognize what Mr. Lindsay and a couple other folks have talked to regarding NMFS workload. It's real. I get it. And I thank Mr. Lindsay for sharing this and outlining exactly what that looks like for his shop and what the resources NMFS has available. It's at the same time, it's incredibly difficult to sit here as a council and listen to this, especially at this point where we have what I view to be a pretty straightforward set of actions at the FPA point where we've talked about this for a while. We've had the council work on it. We've had our advisory bodies work on it. And then at this point say, oh, but we have some workload stuff and we can't move forward with it. That's incredibly inefficient for the council itself. And I realize that there's no like perfect way to do that, but you know, it's very difficult for the council. We can't let workload drive policy. And so in terms of thinking about things like prioritization, which Ms. Shamilo brought up, that also makes sense to me. You know, when we choose to do something, we are choosing not to do something else. And that's really important to think about. You know, I think all of us probably have that in the back of our minds in everything we do here on the floor. We also do it very explicitly under workload planning, which is the main exercise, at least in my mind, where this council steps aside and says, okay, where do we want to spend our time and how can we spend it and what's our workload? And we're even moving towards adding another important piece to that, which is what's our budget? So trying to be more efficient, trying to be more thoughtful and more strategic. So I just wanted to share those thoughts, express my appreciation for bringing up the workload considerations, but also feeling like it's not that it's not relevant, but given those, I still recommend moving forward with this and trusting that NMFS will be able, if the council does go to FPA and make these recommendations, that NMFS at the end of the day is still in charge and they are still the ones executing these council recommendations. So thanks very much.
Excuse me, I have a couple of hands here. I don't know if Asia had hers up and I missed it, but Heather and Josh. Josh, did you want to respond? I think there were to some of the comments first, and then Heather Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I can be brief. I did just want to respond briefly to Ms. Ridings. And just to clarify something, I thought I had said this when I spoke previously. The agency is not saying workload is a reason to not move forward. I want to make sure that is clear. I know workload has come up in the conversation. Our primary, for lack of a better word, concern with these actions has been a true discussion and look at the true costs and benefits of implementing these things on the fishery participants. Should workload be part of the conversation? That is something for the council to look at and talk about prioritization. But from the agency perspective, we're not saying not move forward. I don't think the agency has said not move forward with anything because of workload. It seems relevant, and there seems to be some questions surrounding it. From my perspective, it's the other aspect of still from an agency perspective of the impact of these actions on the participants and the potential benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Hall, and then let me just check. Asia, had you raised your hand earlier and I missed it? Okay, so Heather Hall, then Dr. Lent. Heather?
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I think I think this discussion is really helpful. I agree with Ms. Ridings that there is information here to adopt FPA on these actions. And I think we can do that. And going back to what I said earlier, I'm just also wondering if adding to the efficiency and the success of a rule package going forward, if FPA that we select on these actions here is combined with some of the, we've been calling them big picture ideas that we've been hearing from the GAP in the last couple of years for this directed commercial fishery, could be included in that type of a package. And then that, in the way I've been thinking about it, is then that contributes to the cost benefit we're providing. You know, I think what is a really important foundation for this fishery and the accountability measures that Mr. Umko is speaking really clearly to, and I fully support, I completely agree. And the fair playing field that I think was included in the GAP report and that we heard from Harrison. And so I think we can take final or adopt FPA and consider some of these things in a package that aligns them together and maybe creates a successful package going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Dr. Len?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, just in line with what you just said, Heather, I'm hearing that there's an interest in taking a holistic look and backing up and saying what are some of the longer term things. And I'm also thinking about the fact that costs to the agency are not just implementing regulations, but also managing the fleet. Now, what kind of in-season actions, what kind of monitoring, and depending on how you've got your fishery set up. So in terms of the bigger picture, what are some things that we could consider at the next few meetings? And I know there's a schedule, but what are some of the things that this fishery needs that are higher level, longer term? What are some of the ways we'd like to see this fishery 5-10 years down the road? Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Marcia Remco?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to speak directly to this question of costs versus benefits. You can't put a price on equity. What I'm hearing from the groundfish fleet is what they're asking for is simply equity. They've acknowledged that the fleet is one and the same. And I just do not understand why we would not move forward with applying the same measures that already exist for groundfish fishery here today. Similarly, accountability. You can't really put a numeric value next to that. But gosh, I would think that that should weigh very heavily in terms of the benefits that we expect out of this emerging management program for this fishery. We were very deliberate in our thinking when we recommended that NMFS take authority back from IPHC to manage these fisheries under our auspices. I feel like what has been on the table with this action for 5 years now is what we're really looking to do is clean up loose ends and bring this fisheries requirements in line with those that already exist. I feel like not acting today would be a big step backward. I don't know why we would walk up to an FPA and get cold feet on something that really does just amount to cleaning up loose ends. And I would just ask, what kind of message does that send about us as a council? In terms of this question about why not just pause and take a holistic look. The fishery's changing. We've heard that. I don't know why in the world we would wait until a problem is created to take action. We're talking 6 participants now. It could be 600 tomorrow that are out there operating under reduced limits, as we've heard is of interest to many on the gap, a longer fishing period with reduced limits. That's going to incentivize entry because with longer fishing periods, more people might take advantage of that opportunity. And if a low limit opportunity is created over a longer time period, we will get new entrants and they will be a different composition of vessels. And if those, I'm just going to say it, lower, newer vessels with perhaps not looking to make large volume landings, they're looking for more small, low volume opportunities. The impacts to groundfish are likely to be very significant. And I think we heard that from Harrison's testimony today. I'd also flag that the fishery historically has been observed only on occasion by the WITGOP program, a few years here and a few years there. And at least in a few of those years, had a very significant bycatch problem with yelloweye, which is still a rebuilding stock and something that we have spent years working to manage to rebuild and conserve and share those impacts across our fleets. So I am very concerned about the development of a directed halibut fishery and low volume, small quantity, without ensuring, and we know we are not going to be expecting future WITGOP coverage on this fleet. To me, it's very important that we ensure that we build this fishery right. And from the beginning, we should be expecting accountability measures. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Thank you, Executive Director Burden. No, nothing. Asia.
I want to be very clear here. I 100% agree. I want to put these measures in. I agree that they need to be there. For me, it's the process and balancing it with other things that we need to do. I think this is a prioritization issue more so than like whether or not these things need to happen. Absolutely. I'm on the same page that we should expect the same level of accountability for these vessels that are doing the same activity as the other groundfish vessels. But what I hear from NOAA is that and I think council, and I should turn this question back onto the council too, because we're also losing the opportunity to develop other things that could be beneficial to the fleet if we choose to do this right now and do not choose to do some of the other things that have potential benefits to the overall halibut fishery. But I think it's an issue of like choosing to do this now. If we choose to direct NOAA to move forward with the rulemaking now, what does that cost the fleet over the next 18 months that this is going to take to develop? And I'm just asking everyone to balance those out. I completely agree that the measures should be there. I don't even think we should discuss, or sorry, other people may have different opinions about whether or not we should do these measures. But what I want to discuss is the overall balance of workload and how we choose to spend council and NMFS time. So yeah, I just wanted to stop the arguments about whether or not accountability is necessary, whether or not we should protect the shape of the fishery regarding new entrants. that's not where the issue lies for me. It's where do we want to put our workload at this moment when we have limited resources, and are we gaining the best benefit for everyone if this only affects 6 vessels right now and potentially into the near future?
Marcy.
Thank you, Asia. I agree with you. And I guess I want to just distinguish my recommendations here speak strictly to the council's actions here today. We, of course, acknowledge that NMFS, they're in charge of rulemaking. They make their decisions about how to prioritize what's on their plate and how to get it done and on what timeline. So please, just wanting to clarify, my comments are to this council and what we do here today. And I completely acknowledge that, you know, that whole discussion is in their arena. And I think Corey Riding spoke to that earlier as well. We're not trying to dictate to them how to do it. But I think for us to not deliver this action and not and step back and try to consolidate these actions into other future actions that the council might consider for halibut, we're actually creating more workload for our own council staff, because we'd need to repackage, revisit, update. So there's that staleness element that would occur that would come from delaying today. Thanks.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my perspective is recognizing the council has expressed interest in a more holistic look at the DC, in particular, halibut fishery. But in my mind, consideration of the actions that are on the table, having those in place may actually have some outstanding influence on the kinds of things we would think about in terms of trying to grow this fishery. So I guess that's what's kind of swaying in my mind in terms of certainly an appreciation for the regulatory workload. And I guess my question, you know, the action on the table now is creating a preferred final. So I'm assuming that's going back out to the public. So it's not like we're initiating rulemaking right now, which does give the council some flex once we get feedback, whether they do want to do a staged, or are we ready to go now? Okay. Again, trying to think about what that fishery looks like in the future. To me, setting the stage with the accountability may create, for me, more room to consider how that fishery might look in the future. So that's kind of where I'm coming from relative to this discussion.
Thank you. Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. Great conversation here. And actually, I was going to speak earlier, but Marcy was hitting all the points I was going to bring up. And I'm sure Bob is smiling somewhere now. But I think it's important we do move forward for all the reasons been brought forth. I think that it's up to NMFS to decide maybe how fast they want to move with that. But I think if we push it, we move it forward, it sends a message to everybody else, because there's only 6 people today, but as Marcy brought up, there could be 60, or I mean, who knows how many in the future. And so 6 boats might not seem very much. Halibut and the LOI do hang around the same areas. That's not a secret to anybody. And so this is a conservation issue in my mind. So I think that I agree with the proponents of moving this thing forward today. So
Heather Hall.
Thank you. I agree with the discussion around here. I think that sending a message around the idea that we're laying a foundation to build this fishery, and a foundation built on accountability is strong. And we also heard yesterday in public comment a generous offer to help financially with Seabird avoidance tools and selecting FPA and signaling that intent to move there. acknowledging what you just mentioned, Brad, about how fast that moves forward, I think is smart. I also just wanted to add too, around the conversation around bycatch and yellow eye. If this were any other fishery, it feels like we're struggling to talk about it because it's halibut. But if it were any other fishery, it would be, I think, a different conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, I apologize. One thing, if we move forward with this today, it sends a message to everybody out. They understand the cost to be incurred for doing it. I hate to have somebody buy some equipment, become a groundfish vessel, which would be a hauler and some, and long line equipment, and then find out a year or two later, hey, I spent this money and I don't want to go down this path. So I think it basically allows people to make an informed decision on what they may do of their business operation going in the future. And I think that's important. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just listening to this discussion that I think it's a very healthy one, and I commend you all for that. But there are a couple of streams of thought that I think on a process level, I just would like to offer some clarity. So one is final action. That is something that if you do decide to move forward, I would encourage you to do that today. If not today, the next time we could take this up might be June or September, at which point, and I think you mentioned this, Marcy, we'd be looking at refreshing the analytical package, putting work into this again. And so maybe there's good reason to do that, but that would be the implication of not taking action today. There's a second conversation about bigger picture, more holistic view. If that is something that you're interested in, I would appreciate having the time to consult with our deputy and just figure out when we might be able to bring something back that could be a coherent discussion. That would take some prep work on our part to help guide that discussion. And of course, that our halibut people are fully booked through June. So that would be another thing that would come up middle of next year. But I would encourage you to keep those two things separate. I understand that they do have overlap and they do feedback on each other, but I think for purposes of today, I'd encourage you to keep those two topics separate in your mind.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I didn't see any other hands reaching up, so we may have reached the point. I'm prepared to toss the motion out and generate some additional discussion if now's the time.
Now is the time.
All righty. Chris, this would be the first one, not the alternative one, please. Okay. I move the council adopt the following as the final preferred alternative in priority order for waters north of 42 degrees north latitude. Action 1, VMS, alternative 1 with the following components. Component 1A, applicable waters require VMS on applicable vessels when fishing in the EEZ. Component 2A, VMS ping rate, require a VMS ping rate of 4 times per hour, once every 15 minutes. And component 3B, VMS status requirement, VMS must be turned on and transmitting location data when participating in the directed commercial halibut fishery. Action 2, Seabird avoidance measure. The council adopt alternative 1, which was our PPA, with the following component. Component 1A applies to applicable vessels when fishing in the EEZ. Until implementation, request NMFS do outreach promoting voluntary usage of streamlines by directed commercial halibut fishery vessels. And for action item 3, catch reporting on fish tickets, no action.
Thank you, Lynn. I followed along. The language on the screen appears accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you. Look for a second to the motion. Seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair. As we've had some very robust discussion here this morning on this, and there were a lot of discussions in the hallways, emails last night. We have been working on this for a fairly long time, and we've gone several iterations. At one point, I think we thought there was 18 vessels, and then 14, and then 9, and now we're down to 6. But that's just right now. This is an open access fishery, and depending on what happens in some of our other fisheries, particularly salmon and Dungeness crab, we could see new participants, new entrants, because this is a relatively low-cost entry fishery. So wanting to keep that in mind. Additionally, we're trying to be proactive and thinking towards the fishery and modernizing this fishery. While we've not currently had any issues with seabird bycatch, this action will help further reduce the potential for future interactions. This also brings this fishery into alignment with other fisheries that fish in similar, but not always the same areas, and with similar, though not always exactly the same gear types. It makes enforcement of regulations to protect seabirds and closed areas easier to enforce. Limiting the VMS and seabird streamer lines to when fishing in the EEZ rather than halibut conservation waters makes the regulation consistent with those of ground fish. It also reduces the potential confusion for state waters fisheries that do not currently require VMS, such as the Oregon State Managed Commercial Nearshore Fishery. If the streamliner, in the time that it takes to put the streamer lines into regulation, we do encourage NMFS to work to do outreach on the directed fleet and encourage voluntary usage of streamliners. And note, we heard in public comment yesterday that there is an organization willing to purchase the streamer lines next year. So hopefully that can be communicated. As I did mention, the directed fishery is an introductory fishery because of the low cost to participate. And yes, there are some costs associated with this action. As I just mentioned, somebody's willing to purchase streamer lines for the 6 to 7 vessels in 2025. There may also be programs available to help fund the initial purchase of VMS units. I know there's something on the Pacific States website. I don't know how much funding is available. I was not able to catch Mr. Tom while he was here, but there may be other avenues besides the Pacific States. On the fish ticket reporting issue, there's concerns that this may be out of the council's purview as fish tickets are required in state regulations. Currently, the number of halibut are required to be reported on fish tickets in Oregon and Washington, and we have some concerns that requiring it in federal could be some double counting of those fish. We are trying to be cognizant of the possible workload associated with this. And if there has to be a choice of which comes first, do recommend the VMS piece be the higher priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Questions for clarification on the motion? Look very carefully. I see no questions for clarification. Discussion on the motion. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I figure I will speak early since I have not weighed in a lot on this topic today. I will be supporting the motion. I am appreciative of the time we have spent and the depth of conversation even leading up to this motion. And what really has stuck out to me over the last 2 days is the conversation around accountability that we've heard from members of the public, both on the fishing community side and also from NGOs and even from some of the students that spoke to us yesterday in public testimony. The other piece that I really have appreciated hearing is the consideration around cost for new entrants and the opportunity potentially for entrants. And I thought it was interesting to hear this morning, hey, we had a lot of discussion. We had some discussion about people maybe thanking us later in terms of they don't want to put this equipment on now, but we may have more opportunity, or they will have more opportunity if we do implement this. So I think it's helpful to strike a balance in terms of how we move forward. I am appreciative of the equity piece. And Marcy, I agree with you that you can't put a price on equity. But I do think that having everybody playing by the same rules is helpful, particularly if those rules make it so that some people have more opportunity to get in, and we do end up in a situation where we have a lot more participation. So the ability to highlight this topic, the ability to get people interested and engaged may lead to more people wanting to participate and more opportunity. So I appreciate that we're thinking about what our future looks like and how we're going to mold that. And Asia, thanks for really helping frame that first thing out the gate this morning in terms of this isn't just a decision about a few boats today, but it's really about what our future looks like. So with that, thank you for the motion and thank you for the few minutes to comment on this topic.
Heather Hall.
Thank you. And I know we're extending a conversation from yesterday, so I'll keep this brief because my thoughts were very similar to what Ms. Svensson just expressed. And I know we need to take cost burdens on industry very seriously and think about those. I do think that there is an added value by having VMS on a vessel and then the ability to retain groundfish that brings. And that was one of the questions I brought up yesterday. And I think that was supported a bit by Harrison's comments this morning. And there is a benefit add here. It is not solely a cost burden. So I want to share that. And I also really appreciate the conversations we've had around yellow eye and bycatch. And it's an important part of this conversation and the need for some of these measures. Relative to the cost, I also, again, want to just reiterate the idea that we have an offer to support some of the costs relative to streamer lines. And I think that helps with us thinking about that added burden and offsetting that through that generous offer. So thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Asia Shumelo.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for the commentary. I just wanted to add on the streamer line issue. It would be really lovely. We could all try to work together with Ms. Conrad and her organization to try to get the 6 vessels to adopt using streamer lines voluntarily in the meantime between when this rulemaking will go, well, now and when this rulemaking will go in place, probably 18 months from now. So perhaps there's a way for, council staff and NOAA and whatever organizations are funding this to collaborate on making that happen a lot sooner before the start of the upcoming season. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Not seeing any hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Motion passes with 1 abstention. National Marine Fisheries Service. Thank you very much, Lynn. With that, if we had our action list up there that covers the 3 actions, but I want to look around to see what other comments and guidance there might be. Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just wanting to note the motion that we just passed spoke exclusively to waters north of 42 degrees. And I am prepared with a motion for south of 42 degrees, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. I move the council adopt the following as the final preferred alternative in priority order for waters south of 42 degrees north latitude. Action 1, vessel monitoring system. Alternative 1 with the following components. Component 1B, require VMS on applicable vessels when fishing in convention waters of IPHC Area 2A. Component 2A, VMS ping rate requirement, require a VMS ping rate of 4 times per hour, i.e. once every 15 minutes. And component 3B, VMS status requirement, VMS must be turned on and transmitting location data when fishing, when participating in the directed commercial fishery, halibut fishery. Action 2, Seabird avoidance measures. The council adopts alternative 1, PPA, with the following component. Component 1B, applies to applicable vessels when fishing in convention waters of IPHC Area 2A. Until implemented, request NMFS do outreach promoting voluntary usage of streamer lines by directed commercial halibut fishery vessels. Action 3, catch reporting on fish tickets. Alternative 2, require that fish receiving tickets for landings of halibut from any commercial vessels landing halibut to include both weight and number of halibut landed.
Thank you, Marcy. As I followed along, everything on the screen looks accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Corey Ridings. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just wanting to reflect back on our discussions in September and note that regulatory processes are different in California, which is the reason that you see a separate action for south of 42. It would be California's intention that we have one federal rule that speaks to halibut for the extent of the waters off the coast of California. So covering both state waters and waters of the EEZ. The Halibut Act provides that authority to establish federal regulations that span that extent versus just waters of the EEZ, which is what Magnuson Authority authorizes. For California, we prefer to have one rule that is clear and simple and comes from one rule book. We had some discussion about back in September about some of the unique challenges with the way the California state fish tickets, the rules are written, and we've heard from the EC the concerns about the clarity on the state's fish tickets requirement. So this will clean that issue up and make it nice and clear. And there would be no need to worry about whether state waters rules were consistent with federal rules because it would all be one and the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for clarification on the motion? No questions for clarification. Discussion on the motion? Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. One of this might have been followed in a discussion category. One I might have asked for a clarification, so I apologize. Mr. Rimko, on the catch reporting one, we didn't have a chance to get into this during full council discussion, but from our perspective, there's still a little bit of confusion on that one in terms of the ask from the council in terms of implementing a new federal fish ticket that would apply to this, or somehow implementing this sort of requirement in some other fashion. And I guess while I'm on that one, I was hoping maybe you could speak to a little bit more of the need for any commercial vessels versus some of the discussion around salmon specifically. Thank you.
Marcy.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the question. The California state fish ticket requirement does not speak to requiring the numbers of fish recorded. We'd like a rule that plainly and clearly states that reporting the number of halibut on the state's fish ticket is needed for or is required for halibut management purposes. Right now, we have a ratio requirement in the salmon fishery, which relies on the number of fish to fulfill that ratio requirement. In the case of the incidental halibut fishery north of Chehalis, there is a requirement that authorizes, one free halibut per, and then the ratio requirement. So we already have a basis for using a number of halibut authorized in a incidental sablefish fishery elsewhere on the West Coast. It is highly foreseeable that at some point in the future, as we talk about changing our rules for the directed halibut fishery in a way that allows perhaps more co-targeting, co-retention incidental to other groundfish fishery activities, it's highly foreseeable that we might be using some kind of numeric ratio requirement. Looking ahead as we consider these holistic needs for the fishery. So to me, it makes good sense to go ahead and require that both the number of fish and the pounds be required on the state's fish ticket.
Thank you. Josh, follow up to that?
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. Was it going to be a separate question? So I'm happy to have you go to somebody else if it's a preference.
Let's go to Sharon Kiefer. We'll come back to you then. Sharon?
Marcy, I'm not sure you completely answer, at least in my mind, answered the question. So more explicitly, is the format of the current fish ticket capable? Is there a place, that somebody can record a number, or does it require reformatting of the physical fish ticket?
Marcy?
Thank you, Ms. Kiefer, for asking that question. There is no expectation here that we create a federal fish ticket to record the number of halibut. The state's fish ticket is completely capable of accepting an entry for the number of fish, just like we do for salmon. So there are no changes needed to the form. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh, I'm going to turn back to you for any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was going to move to a question on VMS, but I appreciate the follow-up by Ms. Kiefer, and now I guess I have another one on the fish ticket topic. I guess, Ms. Urimko, with that response, you still view a federal action needed to make that change to the state fish ticket?
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm not asking for a change to the state fish ticket. I'm asking for there to be a rule that would require that fish tickets that are filled out by dealers include recording the number of fish as well as the weight. The physical fish ticket system, the entry process, again, does allow for entering number of fish in addition to pounds. The state's rule, as we've seen in the analytical document, is not clear enough for enforcement purposes. And as we've heard from the EC, making a clear requirement for halibut that the number be recorded will assist us with our monitoring and management needs looking forward.
Okay, thank you. Josh, you may have another question. Can I go? I'm going to go to David Sones first. He had his hand up, and then we can come back to you. David?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just that cleared up a lot of that for me. I wasn't sure if this is requiring the buyers to actually count the halibut in the directed fishery under this motion. And then I had a question. That wasn't in the other motion, was it? So this is different from the previous motion. Thank you.
I'll let Marcy answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sones, for the question. So the issue is with the state's statute with regard to what is required to be placed on the fish ticket. The rule itself is a little bit ambiguous, and enforcement has noted that it is not clear enough for them to be able to enforce a requirement that halibut be reported on the state's fish ticket. So a federal rule, which is the same rule we have for salmon in federal rule that requires reporting the number of individual fish, would just be a matter of a federal rule, not changing the state's form or requirement under state law, but one blanket rule that is applicable for waters off California. I think it's important to note that in the process of any halibut fishing that occurs off California, whether it be directed commercial or incidental to salmon, the dealers are already counting the number of halibut that are landed. It's already part of the process. They're also, I believe, required to document that information on the logbook. I'm not 100% positive on that. So it's not like there's any work or cost associated with this extra step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn back. Josh, did you have a question? Lynn, if not, I'll go to Lynn Mattis or Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll admit, I think we're struggling on our end a little bit with the motion as it reads on the fish tickets, and maybe I'm not fully understanding the desire by Ms. Uremko and maybe missed something in the analysis. I guess my understanding is that the current fish tickets in California state that the fish tickets will report individual fish as applicable. And I hear Ms. Uremko say they do not need to change to the fish ticket, but I understand that has been the complication as we do implement federal ratios that are enforceable. And so maybe that's not a fully formed question, but just noting that I think we're a little uncertain on how the federal action we would take to enforce this on the fish ticket. And then just noting that the distinction of that would only be in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe that language, that as applicable language is exactly the problem, in the sense that there's no clarity that it applies to halibut. So people are left with some confusion about not knowing if they need to report the number of fish unless in this, unless a federal rule tells them, hey, you need to report the number of fish, there's not a requirement to do so. And a dealer is left to interpret. We don't want to put anyone in the position of being confused about whether a reporting requirement exists or not. So we just want to make it and be clear about it. And I guess I would invite EC, this has been a long-term discussion in their corner. And if there's anything to add, either from California, Fish and Wildlife enforcement staff or OLE on this point, I think they have more firsthand experience with this issue and have brought it to our attention and believe it's fully analyzed in the document. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. This is on slightly different. Some little birdies have been in my ear that we may need to make a small amendment to this motion. We were working together. We did some copying and pasting, and under Action 2, Alternative 1B, 1A was the PPA, 1B was not the PPA. So I think we need to make an amendment to delete the parentheses PPA and parentheses. And I'd be willing to do that. I know it's a minor thing, but I think it cleans it up for everybody.
Please go ahead if you're ready with your
Yeah,
Motion to amend.
sorry, Chris, I don't have language for you. I move we delete, begin parentheses, PPA, end parentheses, from action 2 in the bullet list in the motion, in the main motion. Is that, hopefully that is clean enough and simple enough to take care of our copy paste issue from this morning. Thank you.
I will give them just a minute to finish. All right. So what I see on the screen is your amendment, the one sentence there. That looks accurate and complete. And below this shows how it would read should the amendment pass. Is that correct?
It is, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Heather Hall. Speak to it as needed.
Copy paste, just fixing a copy paste error from doing too many things at once this morning. I think that's all we need to say.
All right. Thank you. Questions for clarification? Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion to amend passes unanimously. That takes us back to the main motion now as amended. Further discussion? I'm going to look very carefully. I am not seeing any hands, so I will call the Josh Lindsay.
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. I did have one more question for Ms. Uremko on the VMS component. And I guess the Seabird one to some degree as well. Recognizing there was the sub-alternatives to have VMS and streamers apply to convention waters, IPC convention water, so running from shore out. Much of the purpose and need on the VMS was associated with our federal groundfish closures and needing to protect those habitat areas and those species in those areas. Somewhat similarly on the Seabird component, some of these diving birds that are a little bit further offshore and helping to potentially minimize interactions. I was hoping you could just speak to a little bit more of your rationale for the need for south of 42 for those to occur within the entire IPHC waters. Thank you.
Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We again would like to maintain consistency between state and federal waters rules as they apply to halibut. The fact that VMS and streamer line actions that were taken under Magnuson for groundfish do not apply to waters off the coast and state waters 0 to 3 is not something that we ever wanted as a matter of policy. We'd prefer the rules to be consistent, 0 to 3 and 3 to 200. So for the case of halibut, where that ability is there to have one federal rule that applies off the entirety of the coast, that allows for ease of enforcement. It minimizes confusion and again has everything effective in one rule under one federal rule. So in terms of need, I think we've discussed the need for streamers and for VMS, and there's nothing unique or different about state waters. They are equally needed in waters off the state that are nearer to the coast versus waters that are offshore.
Thank you. We've been at this for a long time. This discussion, I'm going to allow us to take a 10-minute break here before we go to vote on this issue, give you a little break, and then we are going to come back and resume action, our discussion, and then maybe get to a vote. So 10 minutes, please.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
All right, everybody, 2 minutes, 2-minute warning. Exactly.
Recording in progress. All right. Thank you all. I think we're ready to get back to action here. We were still in discussion with this motion as amended on the floor. Any additional thoughts that came to mind? Chair Pettinger?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Hasselmer. Yeah, Josh asked about the need to have this south of 42 degrees, and I pulled a picture of short-tail albatross in between the mudgear off of Eureka. It was taken by the Observer a few years back. So I think there's certainly a need, given the importance of protecting that species and the consequences that come down if with 2 of those deaths in a year, it shuts down the entire fishery. So it's I think there's pretty good enough rationale to have it south of 42 degrees. So.
Thank you. Other discussion? Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Want to appreciate the opportunity to huddle with NIMS staff and NIMS GC on some specific questions relative to Action 3 on the catch reporting and the kind of the situation with how we're dealing right now with regulations that apply both in salmon management and in groundfish management. And then these would be regulations that apply for directed halibut, as well as, and the language says, any landing of halibut. So I can appreciate that there may be some additional work to do on how to word this most effectively and what the most efficient and effective vehicle is for a federal regulation that addressed reporting the number of halibut. Appreciate the concerns raised here in the discussions, and would agree that maybe this particular piece is would benefit from further analysis and discussion between law enforcement staff and regulatory staff, maybe across disciplines, before we're ready to move ahead with it. So with the I can't amend my own motion, but I would perhaps look for an amendment to strike Action 3 from this motion.
Thank you, Marcy. Sharon Kiefer.
First, I guess the process question, I guess we can amend before finalizing decision on the First Amendment. Or do I need to incorporate Lynn's amendment in mine? Okay.
We're dealing with the main motion as
perfect.
amended.
That helps me. And I'm sorry, I don't have anything written down. I move the council strike Action 3, catch reporting on fish tickets. Oh, from the final preferred alternative.
All right, your motion is up there to strike Action 3. Is that language accurate and complete?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion as necessary.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's quite clear. We heard that California has come and in consultation has come to the conclusion that perhaps Action 3 needed some further consideration. So I believe removal at this point in time is warranted.
Thank you. Questions for clarification on that? No questions for clarification. Discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing no hands for discussion, call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Sharon. Now we are back to the main motion as amended, which is on the screen before us, actions 1 and 2. Further discussion on that. Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Thank you. Motion passes with National Marine Fishery Service abstention. Thank you for that. And now we are back to our council action, and I realize now we have covered the waters from Canada to Mexico. And I want to look around and see if there's any other guidance or discussion to be had on this action. While you think about that, I can come back. Angela, is there anything else you see that we need to do?
No, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You have selected a range of final preferred alternatives for both north and south of 42 for the 3 actions that you had before you for this agenda item. So your work here is complete.
All right, thank you. So look around, seeing no other hands, nothing else we need to do here. I'm going to close this agenda item out. Finishing halibut, we are going to move into highly migratory species. I know there are some seat changes. We will not take a break. I think we just had a fairly lengthy break. So, but I will give everyone a chance to reshuffle the deck here. All right, looks like people are getting settled in pretty well. While you're doing that, welcome to the table here. I think the first time this week, Corey Niles, Justin Ainsworth in the Oregon seat, John Ugeritz. John's been here previously, but surprised as fast as we're moving, you're willing to step up. Appreciate those efforts. I'm going to turn it over to you for an overview.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is where I get to turn this agenda item over to NMFS, but before doing so, I'll just mention there are 2 supplemental reports in your briefing materials, one from National Marine Fishery Service and one from your HMS Advisory Subpanel. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wolf.
All right, Ryan. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For the NMFS report, we have a few regulatory updates, which are detailed in our supplemental report under this agenda item. First, happy to report on October 21st, we approved Amendment 8 to the HMS FMP. This amendment updates the essential fish habitat provisions in the FMP. Next, NMFS plans to publish a proposed rule in late November to implement provisions in the recent IATTC resolution, C-2401, which is the Tropical Tuna Management Measure resolution that was adopted in September. I think you got a report out on this in September, but that resolution is pretty much an identical rollover of the previous 3-year resolution that applies to large purse seine and longline vessels fishing for tropical tunas in the convention area.
There are measures for big eye tuna catch limits for longline vessels, purse seine, time area closures, big eye tuna individual vessel limit, port sampling, restrictions on fishery aggregating devices. These are all measures that were in the previous multi-year measure. Finally, Bluefin tuna, we plan to publish a proposed rule in late January of 2025 to implement the provisions from the 2024 resolution adopted at the commission. This would establish annual and biennial catch limits for the 25-26 management cycle, along with trip limits. But we will be discussing that in more detail under the next agenda item. So I'm happy to answer questions, but probably the substance of that, I'm going to go into more detail under the next agenda item. And then lastly, this is not in our report, but we did update some of the advisory bodies, and I think it's helpful probably to also let the council know and those listening as it relates to the limited entry deep set buoy gear fishery. We have previously told the council we've already issued our 75 deep set buoy gear permits, which cleared the list of initial applicants that we had received. So just a reminder, since we don't meet again until March, we will be opening the application period for Tier 9 permits on February 1st, 2025. So any individual interested in a Tier 9 permit will then have until March 31st of next year to get their applications in. And as the system is designed, we will issue those permits on a first come, first served basis. And if we receive more than 25 applications in that period, those who don't receive a permit will keep their place in line and will receive a permit in the subsequent year based on the way we have set up that system. And I believe that concludes my report, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Wolf on the NMFS report? Not seeing any questions. Thank you, Ryan. Next, we have a highly migratory species advisory subpanel report, Mike Conroy. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Our statement on this agenda item was brief, and I'm probably going to be even briefer. We received an update from Amber on the status of EFPs that you heard about during your September meeting, and the AS in our statement encourages NMFS to issue those as soon as possible, as the information that is collected from those EFPs will be helpful in informing the action items of the roadmap that you'll hear more about the next or in H4.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Conroy, John Ugoritz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Conroy, for the report. And just, I'd like to get it out there. Do you, as the HMSAS, see these EFPs tied into the roadmap that we're going to talk about later, or do you see them as separate given the council already took action?
Through the Vice Chair, thanks, John, for that question. Separate, given they were finalized before the roadmap was, I think, even contemplated.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing anything. Thank you, Mike. That completes our reports. Confirm that there is no public comment. I don't see any here. And there is no public comment, so we'll take us into council discussion. Comment is appropriate. Is there any discussion to be had under this agenda item? Not seeing any hands. Kit, is that all we needed to do here?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thank you. That will complete our work under H1, take us into H2, and I will turn back to Dr. Dahl for the overview.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Reading from the situation summary, this is international management activities, including bluefin trip limits. The WCPFC will hold its 21st regular session November 28th to December 3rd in Suva, Fiji. Council member Ms. Krista Svensson, who is the Pacific Council designated U.S. Commissioner, will attend the meeting. National Marine Fisheries Service held an online meeting of the Permanent Advisory Committee October 21 to 23rd. to advise U.S. commissioners to the WCPFC. The PAC reviewed previous outcomes of previous WCPFC and subsidiary body meetings, discussed U.S. proposals for the upcoming regular session, and made recommendations on U.S. positions. So in your briefing materials, supplemental attachment 2 is the list of PAC recommendations that came out of that October meeting, should you want to consult it. And just a note, the council may communicate recommendations on U.S. positions through Ms. Fenson, your designated commissioner, and also articulating them to National Marine Fisheries Service. As discussed at the June council meeting, the U.S. and Canada agreed on a one-year interim fishing regime for 2024 under the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty. The fishing regime specifies conditions for fishing vessels from each country to access the other country's exclusive economic zone and related port privileges. In the past, the U.S. and Canada have agreed to 3-year regimes, but have not been able to do so since the last 3-year agreement expired in 2022, noting that there was no agreement and no regime established in 2023. No negotiations on a fishing regime for 2025 and subsequent years, if possible, it says here, are likely to begin in late 2024, maybe not so likely, and continue into the first part of 2025. And, just recognizing that the fishing season that's specified under the this year's regime began on June 15th. So the presumption is any regime going forward would have a season start date around then. So that sort of sets a time limit on those negotiations. We haven't really heard anything further about efforts to schedule negotiating sessions between the U.S. and Canada at this time. So there's not really an update there. As discussed at the September Council meeting, at its September 2 to 6 meeting, the IATTC adopted Resolution C-2402 on the management of Pacific bluefin and the EPO, and this set a 1,822 metric ton biennial catch limit for 2025-26 for the U.S. With no more than 1,285 metric tons to be caught in any 1 year. As with previous resolutions, NMFS is seeking input from the council on domestic management measures it will implement to constrain catch to these catch limits. As in the past, and presumably going forward, these are in the form of commercial fishery trip limits. In September, the council requested that NMFS use the range of options found in the supplemental California Department of Fish and Wildlife report presented at that meeting to develop regulatory alternatives to help the council make a final recommendation on management measures at this meeting. And then you had in your advanced briefing materials, NMFS Report 1, response to the council request with a description of those options that you saw put forward in September. I'll just run through the additional materials available under this agenda item, which are all submitted supplementally. There are 3 attachments that were put up here. I already mentioned attachment 2, which are those PAC recommendations. Attachment 1 is a circular from WCPFC containing the sort of perspectives and desires for what will be accomplished at the upcoming WCPFC meeting, and that's coming from the WCPFC chair. And then supplemental 3, attachment 3 is another circular from WCPFC that is announcing this upcoming joint Bluefin Tuna Working Group intersessional meeting in February next year that will be reviewing preliminary results from the Bluefin management strategy evaluation and getting stakeholder perspectives and input on that, leading towards the adoption of a harvest strategy for bluefin, which will be occurring over next year. Other than that, in addition to the NMFS report in the advanced briefing book, they submitted a supplemental report, and that has some additional information on international meetings. And then you have reports from your advisory subpanel and management team. And so just to wrap up here, I'll just read the actions that you have before you. I guess I'll also mention, I see there is one sign up, public comment sign up, just for your information. And so concluding with the listed action, the first one is to provide recommendations on U.S. positions at upcoming meetings and other forums as appropriate. And the second is to provide recommendations on domestic management measures consistent with IATTC resolution C2402 on, and that would be on Pacific bluefin commercial catch limits. And that wraps up my summary.
Thank you, Kit. I'm first going to look around, see if there are any questions on the overview. And not seeing any, I think we'll start off in the situation summary, 2 references to Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission meetings, past and future. See if our commissioner to that process, Ms. Krista Svensson, wants to give any update on that. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I will start by saying that WCPFC members since September have been exceptionally busy getting ready for the annual meeting. And that it's not too late to register, either in person or online. I was looking at that last night, and you still have the option. If you want to go in under observer status, it's $500, and maybe a little less if you want to do it in the online version. So in terms of accessibility, that option is there. Additionally, for those of you that are interested in the agenda, it's been posted under the meeting section of the WCPFC website, along with a series of documents, including the working papers and proposals. I think for us, that the ones that might be of interest are on marine pollution, sharks, the Regional Observer Program, striped marlins, cetacean protection, Pacific bluefin, and the one you hear me probably talk the most about, South Pacific albacore. In addition, we've had a number of meetings between September and our November PFMC. We've had TCC, that included intersessional work on electronic monitoring and electronic reporting, which is of particular interest to a number of our stakeholders, but also something I think we will likely see movement on. We are currently the only RFMO that does not have something in place. And so I think there is a lot of interest there. There's been a tremendous amount of work done on labor standards, and I am eternally hopeful that we will see a conservation measure around that. We also have work ongoing around fish aggregation devices and the South Pacific albacore roadmap, which met for the 5th time relatively recently, so in the last 6 weeks. And I will also say that those summary reports for TCC and the 5th South Pacific albacore roadmap are available online, along with well, at least for me, a surprise Northern Committee meeting. I thought we wrapped that up in July. But we did not. And we had a meeting on the 4th, I believe it was the 4th of November, to talk about, did we want to start a joint work group between IATTC and WCPFC on bluefin? So I think we will hear about that a bit later in some of our other reports. And the one item I would also like to talk about is to thank SPC for hosting a workshop that was called the SPC Workshop, Informal U.S. Stakeholder Capacity Building on South Pacific Albacore. This was on November 5th. We had over 20 participants from the U.S. I personally found the presentation very informative, and it was scheduled for 3 hours. We went a little bit long because people had so many questions, which is a good sign that it was useful information that people could comprehend. And those presentations have been shared by Pyro, which if people are interested, I can make available, and if appropriate, we can add them to the briefing book materials. And that concludes my report of activities ongoing, and that will be coming up in the next week or so.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Svensson on updates? Dr. Lent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Svensson, for representing the council at this really important forum for shared management of highly migratory species. There's a reference to a joint U.S.-Korean proposal, the one you mentioned on cetaceans, and this basically would take all the restrictions that apply to purseaners and apply them to pelagic longliners. It's a question for you, or maybe also Mr. Wolf. Is it safe to assume that all U.S. flag vessels in the WCPFC convention area and off our West Coast already have these measures in place? Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Look and see who wants to answer that question.
If Mr. Wolf would like to answer that, I would appreciate it.
Ryan, it's been tossed to you.
Yeah, I actually don't have that proposal in front of me. I would, what I believe I've heard from it is that, yes, that would be correct. But I can look into this when we get to council discussion. If that is not correct, I'll report back.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think the important point that we need to establish is that these measures have probably been in place for some time for U.S. vessels. And it's wonderful to see this pressure to level the playing field through the RFMOs. I know how difficult that is. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? And not seeing any. Thank you, Krista. Next, we have a couple of NMFS reports. Ryan, were you going to speak to those?
Yes, thank you. We submitted 2 reports under this agenda item. The first is a report that includes options for a revised trip limit scheme for bluefin tuna catches for the next 2 years. This is based on the implementation of the overall catch limits that was adopted by the IATTC and this that I spoke to in the previous agenda item. So to go in a little bit more detail here, this report provides data and considerations to support council discussion here. And we have 4 options that we have laid out for a trip limit regime in 2025 and 2026. Based on the council's motion at the September meeting, the 4 regulatory options you have listed here are pretty much identical to the September California Department of Fish and Wildlife report that was the basis for that motion, and they're laid out here in this report. Again, this rulemaking is to implement the measure that we agreed to at the commission. And while the commission adopted overall catch limits for the U.S., it is within our discretion on how we implement that. And so just noting that all 4 of these trip limit options that we're looking for feedback on would satisfy our U.S. International obligations. It would be consistent with the measure adopted by the IATTC. So we are seeking feedback here from the advisory bodies, from the council regarding which option would best utilize the U.S. annual catch limits while providing opportunity to multiple gear types to catch bluefin. It really is important for us now that we have these increased catch limits to try and utilize them for a number of reasons. And I do want to highlight there is a section here on whether we should include a seasonal component to the buffer points where the trip limit would then be reduced. And as a reminder, under our current regulations, we do have reduction points that adjust throughout the year. And so this may help to continue to have these, for example, reducing the chance of coastal purseaners catching a large portion of the annual limit early in the year, precluding opportunity for smaller volume gears through the rest of the year, or it may have other benefits to maintain this kind of seasonal component. But it also may not be as much of a concern now that we have a larger catch limit. So we would seek feedback here from the council on whether to maintain this seasonal component for any revised trip limit scheme going forward. But to be clear, we can implement any of these options before the council here, with or without the seasonal component. Turning to our supplemental report, which is pretty brief. There's a few updates on upcoming international meetings. Krista already spoke to the upcoming WCPFC meeting, so I won't go over that. There was a IATTC WCPFC Northern Committee kind of convened to look at the monitoring and control and surveillance measures for Bluefin. Basically, that was to help prepare a revised measure that will go to the WCPFC on Bluefin monitoring, control, and surveillance to make it consistent with the changes that the IATTC made from the joint working group discussion and agreement on that proposal back last July. And then probably a more substantive note here. We are holding a hybrid, the joint working group on Bluefin Tuna that I just noted between the IATTC and WCPFC will be holding a hybrid intersessional meeting in Monterey from February 5th to 7th to discuss the results of the Pacific Bluefin Management Strategy Evaluation. We should hear from the ISC scientists that are working on that. They will come to the joint working group to present kind of where they are with the MSC to try and get some feedback. And if you look at our report, there's a link to the meeting logistics. And if anyone is interested in being a part of the U.S. delegation to that, please do contact us by December 13th at the email listed there. And I do want to take a moment just to acknowledge Josh Madeira, who was part of our U.S. delegation and was put forward by the U.S. And endorsed by the IATTC to take over the co-chair role for the joint working group as Dorothy Lohman has stepped back. So congratulations to Josh there, and I'll really appreciate all of his help setting up this important meeting in Monterey. I do have a couple points. I do actually have some updates. Kit noted them in his sit-sum, but we do have some updates on albacore. NMFS has identified the afternoon of February 20th as a date that we would like to host a webinar with U.S. stakeholders to discuss North Pacific albacore. This meeting would focus specifically on potential approaches to complete the harvest strategies. There's some definitions that still need to be made, or still need to be discussed and refined to complete those proposals that were adopted last year or the year before. So we will have more details on this meeting forthcoming, and we'll send that out to all of our RFMO email lists. And then we also have heard recently from the State Department that the next round of discussion for the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty, they are in talks to hold this virtually in early December. And more details on this, obviously that is near, should be forthcoming soon from the Department of State, and we will get that out as soon as we can. And then finally, and we decided not to put this in our report because they are still kind of tentative, but we have an initial, or shall I say preliminary list for all of the various working groups and meetings as it relates to the IATTC and the AIDCP for all of next year. End of August is when they're targeting for the IATTC plenary, but there's still a number of conflicts for a few of those dates. So I'll just note that those are tentative for anyone who has seen those being circulated. And we will report back out in March with a much more detailed and I think more complete picture of what the 2025 will look like for the various workshops and working groups and commission meetings. And with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Wolf on the NMFS reports? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you for the report. So question about the workshop in Monterey. In reading through the basically the invite, there's a note in there that says all delegations are encouraged to attend and participate in person. The second one is for delegations that cannot attend in person, the hybrid option will be available. So just wanting confirmation that it is really more about delegates rather than delegations, where we don't have a situation where people from the US must attend in person, because we will have people attending in person. But should they need to attend remotely, that would be an option.
Ryan?
Yeah, Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Spencer, for the question. I think what you're seeing there is, because this is a meeting, it's not a workshop, it's a meeting of the joint working group. And we have had challenges of specific delegations. So in particular, head of delegations who are engaging there remotely has been a challenge for us to get to consensus on a few measures at previous joint working group meetings. So I think that is referencing more to the government delegations to at least have someone there who is in person. For the U.S. delegation, which of course which would be headed by the U.S. rep, but then would have many members on it, there will be both opportunities that you can be there in person or you can be participating virtually. Does that help? Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions on the NMFS reports? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And again, thank you for the report. You have a lot of different topics in it. This one is related to U.S.-Canada albacore treaty negotiations. You mentioned likely in early December, and I'm curious, knowing the urgency for vessels to make business decisions, how likely that is. I mean, is it an almost certainty or a mostly certain? Do you have any kind of indicator on that one you could clarify for us?
Yes, through the Vice Chair, thank you. The U.S. has proposed dates for the first week of December. We are waiting on Canada to reply, and they just had not replied by the time this session came. So I would imagine, given that is only a couple of weeks away, that there would be information circulated imminently if Canada accepts those dates. If they don't, then we will still find a way to communicate back to folks and let them know that we continue to work with Canada on coming dates. And of course, I'm sure here through discussion and other testimony that's important to be scheduled in the near term, given what happened last year. So, yeah.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Ryan. Next, we will hear from the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel, Mike Conroy. Welcome back, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mike Conroy. I am the Vice Chair of the HMSAS. I am going to summarize our statement. There are two primary components of our report on this item. The first with regard to recommended trip limits for the commercial bluefin tuna fishery for 2025 and 26. We base our recommendation on the run down the middle scenario from NMFS Report 1. We recommend a 60 metric ton initial trip limit with a seasonal approach to stepping that down in the event we hit certain catch milestones. This initial trip limit would incentivize the purse seine component of the fishery, which would help in getting closer to full utilization of our commercial quota while minimizing the chances to exceed it and still be protective of the small scale fisheries for Pacific bluefin. With regard to updates on certain international activities, 3 items I want to call your attention to. The discussion paper that was put forth by the U.S. on forming a joint working group between the WCPFC and IATTC on South Pacific albacore. We do fully support that. While there's not a large number of vessels, there are a number of West Coast vessels, West Coast-based troll vessels that venture to the South Pacific to participate in that fishery. The February 5th through 7th intersessional meeting of the Joint Working Group on Bluefin Tuna has been discussed earlier. Participation by U.S. fishery reps and stakeholders will be very important, as we have heard. The AS would recommend that the council support 5 fisheries reps to attend and participate in this meeting. And then finally, with regard to the U.S.-Canada albacore treaty, for business, crewing, and fish planning, Negotiations on a future regime under this treaty are necessary and important. Appreciate the update from Ryan regarding the potential early December conversations, and acknowledging that time is of the essence on this. And with that, that summarizes our report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Conroy? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the report and excuse me, thank you for summarizing the report. My question is on the 5 attendees to the workshop in February. I raised the question about in-person versus online, and you may need to phone a friend here in terms of asking one of the organizers who's on the advisory subpanel. Did you guys have conversation around whether any of those 5 could be online versus in person? Is the need that they really must be in person? But could you elaborate on that a bit for us?
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Thanks for that question, Krista. We didn't discuss that. It was reiterated the importance of the U.S. having a strong and large presence at this. Based upon what the last one that we had in the U.S. was in San Diego, I think it was in 2018. The U.S. delegation was outnumbered significantly by the delegation from Japan that had come over. So I think being there in person is going to be helpful for just the interaction and the engagement process, but certainly having a large number of individuals also attending online to show that we're interested, paying attention, this is of concern to us, would be important as well.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Pete, and thanks, Mike. On the albacore treaty negotiations on the disadvantage part, can you just, I think I know what you're talking about, but could you elaborate on why that was disadvantageous timing for you all?
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Thanks for the question, Mr. Niles. As you know, last year, the negotiations stalled, conversations stalled until I believe it was the middle of May, at which time the 1-year carryover regime was announced. Unfortunately, for U.S. vessels that like to access Canadian ports to do maintenance activities, to pick up crew, that late notification took that option away from them. There were issues regarding getting visas from the Canadian government as well. So I know personally at least 3 vessels whose season started a month late because they couldn't get visas through the Canadian government to get that done. So yeah, the sooner we can get that, so that for business planning purposes, fish planning, that's earlier would be much less disadvantageous. Thanks.
Thank you. Further questions on the advisory subpanel report? John Ugeritz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks to the subpanel for the report. I notice in the report there are measures for Bluefin in both this year and the following. And would the subpanel be supportive of taking a look at that at the end of the first year and making sure we're on the right track and changing if needed?
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Thanks for that question, John. The short answer to that question is yes.
Thank you. I like short answers.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mike. Next, we have the highly migratory species management team report. Carter Harmon. Good morning, Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Council. The HMS management team discussed the Bluefin trip limit options presented in NMFS Report 1. I'll just briefly summarize our take. We are proposing the same option put forward by the advisory subpanel, which is a variation on the run down the middle option with some adjustments to the buffer points. And if the council wishes to retain the seasonal component, our report in an appendix lays out what those buffer points would look like. And just to clarify, those are the same as what the AS put forward. And that's it.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Harmon on the management team report? See no questions. Thank you. That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. We have one sign up, Mr. Clayton Wraith, who is here in attendance. Good morning, Clayton.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Representation matters. In these arenas, in these international forums, we are discussing issues that have dramatic impacts on local communities up and down the coast. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council, I speak briefly today just to remind us that when it comes to prioritizing our efforts, finances, and time, international forums need to be a priority for this council. An example came to me this week when I was speaking with the public at large that was sitting in for Pam Tom. She mentioned that in Japan, the culture that she is quite familiar with, physical attendance and the ability to show up for these issues and conversations is not only a cultural, but a governmental imperative, one that says a lot about their priorities. As we go forward and we look at the roadmap, we look at these different venues and opportunities to either participate or remain virtual, I would like to encourage the council to take consideration. We have lost luminaries to retirement. One such luminary is on my shirt. Kit Dahl will no longer be staffing these meetings internationally. We have found admirable and accomplished replacements in many cases, and yet these positions, Krista and our new friend, or old friend, but new Representative Josh, are there in capacities from other organizations. Dependency upon them for our interactions and for the fishermen's interactions, more importantly, as representatives, is something that we need to consider going forward. I talk to a lot of people going up and down the coast. They don't know what's going on. Sometimes that's their own fault for not participating and not logging on to the meetings. But sometimes it could be a matter of $500 to register to be an observer. Sometimes it could be a matter of being transported or having the opportunity to go to some of these locations, or at least have somebody that's representing them do so. I would just ask that going forward, as we prioritize where we go in HMS fisheries, we understand that we must show up to these international forums and speak on behalf of the people that are impacted, on behalf of our government, and on behalf of those that would otherwise be lost in the shuffle or impacted in a manner that would prove ultimately crucial to their success, to their family's income, and their opportunities to participate in these fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Rafe? Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for your testimony. And appreciate the vote of confidence for myself and others that have been attending for you and other stakeholders. My question is very similar to the question I asked the management team, which is I'd like your thoughts on in-person versus the virtual option, and how applicable both are in terms of being able to represent the stakeholders that you are advocating for.
To the Vice Chair, thank you, Krista, for the question. We all went through COVID. We all know that Zoom is an applicable tool, one that has changed our realities for participating in these forums. That being said, oftentimes, particularly when dealing with other cultures on international matters, the ability to see eye to eye, to work through the details and continue to build progress in the rooms to the side, in the conversations that happen, getting coffee and the rest, are critically important. So while I agree with the report offered by Conroy that virtual attendance should be encouraged and we should continue to get as many participants as possible, at least observing or doing what they can, it is essential that we continue to have hand-to-hand, eye-to-eye communication and negotiate issues that are becoming more tumultuous and more important to not only our local fisheries, but the fisheries that this council is tasked with responding, protecting, and encouraging.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Clayton.
Thank you.
That completes our reports. The public comment takes us into council discussion and action. And the action there provides some recommendations on U.S. positions. So we'll look around, see who wants to initiate any discussion on this topic. John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And I think just to kind of kick things off, the advisory subpanel provides some good information about our interests in international forum. And I think I support what they're saying and suggesting. Love to hear what other council members have to say about that.
All right. Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. Along those same lines, I mean, there are a number of other international venues that bear on opportunities on fisheries managed by our council. IPHC comes to mind. There's albacore negotiations with Canada. And there are probably others that just don't come top of mind. And I know that we have stakeholders who participate in those. And my question is, to what extent has the council sponsored such participation?
I believe I will turn to our executive director with that one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and appreciate the question. The short answer is that it has depended over time, and I think you referenced IPHC, Mr. Grilnick, and we had historically over the last few years sent Phil Anderson as a designated representative of the council to the IPHC. In June, we decided to stop doing that. And then, as Mr. Clayton indicated, historically, we've sent, Dr. Dahl to the WCPFC and the IATTC. And in June, we decided to stop doing that. So we've been reining this in, unfortunately, due to our budget situation. For other matters like U.S.-Canada negotiations, we haven't, to my knowledge, sent an official representative. We've looked to folks like NMFS to represent the U.S. interest, maybe the State Department. Anyway, we don't have a formal designation or designee there. And then, of course, we have Ms. Svensson, who's a commissioner on the WCPFC for us. So, and looking at Ms. Svensson's facial expression, I'm certain she has more to add to this discussion.
Yeah, as my mouth has kind of fallen open, I happen to be the representative for the council on the U.S.-Canada albacore treaty negotiation, and I have been attending that. I will also add that in terms of sending other representatives, so not speaking to council staff, we do have a history of on occasion sending people to workshops like the one we're discussing under this agenda item for IATTC, WCPFC, and Northern Committee on the Bluefin MSC. We did that, I believe, in 2020 under albacore. And I know we sent a couple of people to the Northern Committee meeting when it was in Portland, Oregon under albacore as well. It really has depended on the international topics, what the item is. So when we're really talking about setting the course strategy for albacore, which has been an open access fishery, to something that will be more limited using harvest control rules. And similarly with bluefin, we really have encouraged and tried to support our stakeholders in attending. That being said, traditionally, it has been domestic travel. So we have not been flying people to Japan or Hawaii, or well, Hawaii's in the US, but Fiji as an example, unless they are an acting representative of the council. And even that for WCPFC, IATTC, et cetera, would fall under the State Department, not the council. So I guess I will just remind everybody that when I'm up here giving my report, it is not necessarily as thorough as perhaps Dr. Dahl would be giving. And that is in part because I am not a doctor, I suppose, but also in part because I'm your representative and your advocate. So that is what I do is advocate versus be able to pull all of the details together. So you are not necessarily getting the same level from me that you would be getting from others that are being paid to be in that position, whereas I'm there as your designee and essentially an unpaid position. So with that, I hope that helps clarify why sometimes we send people and when we send people, why we are sending them. And like I say, typically domestically.
Thank you. Let me look back to Mark, see if that answers your question. Is there follow-up?
I think I understand the question. The answer is basically, we don't have a policy. There have been times when it's been done. Ms. Svensson reminded me, believe I attended the meeting in Portland some years ago. I think that our executive director at the time, Chuck Tracy, went, and I think a couple of council members went. But it was so.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just some considerations as I reflected on my, still fairly limited time here and dealing with some of these international matters and thinking about some of our recent decisions. What occurs to me is, yes, of course, representation and participation in international forums is important. I think it would be wise just to be very intentional about that. Like, what is the purpose if we are to send someone? I think I reflect on, Ms. Lohman's participation in the Northern Committee, which was extraordinarily successful. And my understanding of the history of that, it was very intentional and focused on Bluefin. And that in some ways also explains why she's decided to step away from that position and we no longer support her as a contractor. I think there's some logic in there. So I would just encourage you to be intentional as you think about representation on or participation in other international efforts.
Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you. When appropriate, I do have some guidance in terms of what I think might be beneficial for moving forward as next steps on international.
I believe we're ready for that. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, and I have sent it. I see Mr. Kleinschmidt's hand up, so I don't know if that means he's ready, but I did actually send written guidance in because I thought it might be helpful for people to see what I was talking through. Do you need a minute there?
I suspect pretty quickly it will flash up before us.
Okay, here we go. So I've sort of grouped all of these into a couple of separate categories. The first set is surrounding guidance for WCPFC. On the first point, I'm recommending that we adopt the recommendations from the HMSAS agenda item J2 supplemental HMS report 1 in September, and that we let NOAA know what those positions are so that they can help inform the U.S. delegation to WCPFC 21. I believe I've got the year right on that one. And then those recommendations, just in case people don't remember what we got recommended in September, are below. One on Pacific Bluefin Tuna and the second one on albacore. In addition to those, I am, hold on here, lost in my own notes, making the recommendations from this particular meeting, and that it should be from November instead of September, right there. Thank you. That we support the recommendations from the PAC Advisory Committee. So that was one of our attachments. That if WCP adopts measures on South Pacific albacore, that we encourage NOAA to maintain positions that will support the stability and accessibility for West Coast troll fishermen to participate in their fishery. And that we also express support for forming a joint working group between WCPFC and IATTC on South Pacific albacore. So just continuing to advocate to have managers manage in tandem since they are currently co-managing stocks. And then in terms of other guidance, not related to the meeting that's coming up shortly, I think we've heard a lot of conversation around participating in February for the joint working intersessional working group. So this is IATTC, WCPFC, and Northern Committee. And I do agree with the HMS statement that this is important for commercial and recreational fishermen. And I think it is important for stakeholders to attend this meeting. So personally, I'm supportive of sending up to 5 representatives, which is what the HMSAS recommended. I'm very cognizant that we have limited funds and that we discussed 2 members attend in September. And that may be the landing point if we decide to send anybody in person. I think we heard from our public comment that yes, Zoom is important, and perhaps those extra 3 people could be attending via Zoom, which is very cost effective, but that it is important to have people in the room, particularly when we have other delegations that are sending a large number of people. And I will also just say, having sat in the room at a number of these international forums, yes, you are in Zoom, but if you get asked a question on the floor, having somebody that is physically there that you can ask, not having to wait for somebody to respond back in a chat box, can be critical. So I do think it would be worthwhile to send a couple of representatives. I've just put it in there. I don't have a motion for it, but I believe there is one that I'm supportive of, the run down the middle option that's found in the HMSMT report. And then lastly, in terms of albacore, I'm appreciative of the request made by the State Department to schedule conversations with our Canadian counterparts. But I just want to reiterate that I think we need to do this as early as possible. Yes, it is lovely to have a treaty regime, but if our fleets can't really use it because they don't have port access to get their boat work done or to pick up crew, then they're not really getting the full benefit of being able to access Canada. And they are definitely bearing the full hardship of having Canadian vessels fishing in our EEZ. So if we are going to do this, I think it is important to make sure that we have really a positive benefit for both of our fleets so that we continue a treaty and a treaty regime that has been beneficial for both countries and for our fishermen for over 30 years. Probably pretty close to 40, considering it was started in the 80s. With that, I will conclude my guidance, but hopefully it's helpful to see some of those points on the screen.
Thank you, Krista. Appreciate you putting that in writing so we can look at it. There are a lot of pieces there. There are recommendations to National Marine Fisheries Service. There's the piece that involves the council representatives to the February 5th joint meeting or intersessional meeting, and also recommendations to, if I can call it that, to the State Department regarding the Canadian negotiations. So I'll look around and see if there's agreement with that. I think there's a few pieces we need to flesh out a little bit, but is there anything to add or comments regarding that set of recommendations? John Ugoretz?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks very much, Krista. This is very helpful, and I appreciate getting things actually on the screen so we're all on the same page, so to speak. Given the conversation we just had about the bullet that's there at the top right now, I agree with you and the advisory subpanel. It's important. Given what we heard from Executive Director Burden, I'm I'm unclear on what's available in terms of council to get people to this meeting. I don't think it should be just fishery participants. I think we need management team representation as well. Given the funding situation, I will go on a limb here, but I think given the location of the meeting in California, I could definitely support a mission critical trip for the state for at least Ms. Helmers and possibly myself to attend under state funds. It makes it easier to do in-state travel. We're under some constraints at this point, but I think this is an important topic for the state. So I'll offer that up, but I'm curious from council perspective, what's possible for this bullet.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you for the question. So we have built a provisional budget for next year, and within that budget, we've included travel funding for this meeting. And what we've contemplated are sending 3 representatives for 3 days. So my understanding is the meeting is February 5th through the 7th in Monterey, as you indicate. Due to the way that we have to do business, we would be treating those folks as representatives of the council. So they would be presumably AS members or MT members if you prefer or want to balance that. So that's what's in our budget, assuming that that's passed here in a couple of days. That's what we've contemplated within that budget.
Thank you. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think that is extremely helpful. I think having a mix of AS and MT members will be beneficial. It sounds like we may, between the state of California's generous offer in terms of going out on a limb and having the potential for 3 representatives, get close to 5, meaning they're asking for 5 fisheries representatives. And I don't think that we're going to have 5 representatives from fisheries, although I think we will have 5 representatives from fisheries and management. And just to probably keep that in mind in terms of we may want to send 2 advisory panel and 1 management team through the council side, considering we have 2, 1 management team and 1 council member coming through on the other. So certainly not telling anybody not to apply. And if it ends up being all of one and none of another, I'm not going to lose my wig. Not that I'm wearing one, but just wanting to recognize that it is important to get a variety of stakeholders.
All right. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks, Ms. Fenson, for this guidance and really getting us off to a good start here. My question about sending representatives, especially in the council capacity. We've talked about AB members, MT members, and I'm curious what you think about council staff, given that they are there to represent the interest of the council. Just trying to think about this. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I would be supportive. I really think that this is about how do we get people who are going to be making decisions and people who are going to be explaining those decisions and gathering input from a variety of stakeholders really up to speed on this topic. Just having gone through this process with Albacore, it was quite a lot of meetings. I will say that bless WFOA, when they got the urgency, they sent a number of people. I mean, they sent people to Japan, right? Like it was pretty mission critical. And that's why I'm hopping up and down on this topic. I think for Bluefin, it is a lot of moving parts and pieces, but making certain that we have people who really can understand at the international level and have the viewpoint in the lens of attending. I mean, this is an opportunity. It's in California, really to allow other people to see what myself, people like Josh Madeira, people like Kit, who have been actively attending these meetings, what they're really dealing with in terms of commitment, and at a fraction of the price that we would be doing that otherwise.
Mark Gorelnik.
I have just a question on process. I am, and I'll state it in the form of an assumption. I'm assuming that the leadership team, council leadership team will, you and Chair Pettinger and Executive Director Burden will be charged with responsibility of choosing among the various people who want to participate to identify the 3 council representatives. And based on the discussion we've had here, I'm assuming the eligible population includes the AS, the management team, staff, and council members. Do I have that wrong?
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And I think our question, our mind is asking the same question. So I would turn the question back to you if that's your preference, that we seek to design the appropriate representation. We can do that. I was going to ask you what you wanted the representation to be, and is it AS members, is it staff, is it MT members? For example, if it's AS members, I would then turn to them and ask, how about you self-nominate? We'll review that and approve it. If you want us to design it, I guess we would take a step back and figure out who are the best folks to represent the council in that forum. So
I guess speaking personally, it would be good to have a representation across those groups. But I don't know who is going to be interested. I don't know who is best qualified, and I'm certainly not interested. But I just wanted to clarify for those who may be interested, who should consider whether they could be effective on behalf of the council by attending.
Krista.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought I got acknowledged, and then I thought, oh God, maybe I didn't. But now I have been, so we're all good. In terms of cross representation, because this is council, I do like the approach of probably having one, and one. I think it would be helpful to have our executive director and his team kind of run and organize that approach. February is coming and we're not having another meeting. I suspect that it will be that the advisory bodies nominate whoever that person is by talking amongst themselves, but that again would be up to really the executive director and team's prerogative. On a personal level, I mean, I'm interested in attending, but I think because I have the ability as a commissioner to request for meetings, that I will be able to apply as a commissioner to attend. I would want to confirm that with Kelly and the State Department, but it is unlikely that you will need to pay for me to attend the meeting, which I think is beneficial in terms of freeing up space for others. So just putting that out there as a, hey, likely to have your representative attend, but likely to also not be at a cost to the council.
Thank you. Corey Niles. Sorry. Sharon Kiefer, then Corey Niles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In recognition, obviously, conversation for those who would be physically attending. My assumption, though, is relative to those who have the opportunity to attend virtually, that we're not going to put any kind of sideboards or expectations, but other than encouraging that participation.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Yeah, maybe taking us from the practicalities here of how to make this work, but just thinking longer term about how sustainable this is. Definitely, hearing Merrick's advice to be intentional about this. This is one of many possible international issues that could arise. And Bluefin is obviously very important to California, maybe not other places in the coast. So just, maybe a question to Ryan and all the forums that, Mark mentioned, including, I'm thinking of the Pacific Whiting Treaty, and it works in large part because it has a very healthy advisory subpanel from both countries that are supported by the federal budgets to attend. I'm not sure about how that works. I know that we send folks there, but just wondering, over the long term, and maybe this discussion for the future, yet what support is there from the federal budgets to make sure that industry is represented, including those and council folks? Because I guess I'm hearing Merrick, might have budgeted this, but how far could it continue given our budget situation? So yeah, Ryan, I don't know if you could speak to what the State Department or you all support for the IATTC and the other forums and how we might align what you support with what the council budget could support. But yeah, I'm just wondering how at this one meeting might work, but it's not going to work for other potential similar type efforts.
Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, to the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. A couple points here, but to answer your question first, when it comes to the IATTC, and I imagine similar for WCPFC, the U.S. federal government will fund through the State Department the travel and engagement of our U.S. commissioners, which is not just federal, as you know, per their implementing legislation. It includes other commissioners to the annual meetings. That doesn't always include meetings like this we're talking about now, like a joint working group. It is also a U.S. responsibility to cover the representation and attendance of members of our advisory body to that when we host our advisory body meetings to that. So that is something that we do when we host in-person advisory bodies for our general advisory committee to IATTC or our scientific advisory subpanel. So that is where the federal funding is, to answer your question directly, but we don't do invitational travel for everyone that is an accredited member of our delegation. Since I have the floor, as it relates to this discussion, I will note there's kind of a difference in a conversation here if you are talking about engagement from this council and its bodies at a meeting that is, for example, like will happen next July in Japan, in a vastly different time zone where real-time discussions in person are happening, and it may be more of a challenge to participate virtually for especially meetings that would happen in the middle of the night for a lot of West Coast folks. For this meeting here that is in Monterey on the same time zone, it is a joint working group. So it is an informal, it is an informal working group, which means me, likely as head of delegation for this, will be overseeing a delegation that doesn't have specific restrictions on size. We will have meetings both in the margins of this meeting as a delegation that would have virtual ability also to chime in. We will have pre-meetings of the delegation where you could also be virtual, or which will be virtual. And we have real-time communications going on as the discussion has happened between everyone on the delegation, wherever you are in person or remotely. So there, in this particular one, I think, well, it's completely up to you who you want to send in person. I do think there is a lot of additional benefit to that, as noted. But for this meeting in particular, I think because of where it is, because of the time zone, it will be very easy to have engagement. And I think to Mr. question, we don't necessarily need to be as limited in numbers. What is important, though, is to compile that delegation, which is why we've requested just notify us if you want to be on it by mid-December so that we can set you, make sure you're on all of those communications going forward. So I hope I expanded a little bit there, but I thought it might be relevant to where you might go with the rest of this discussion.
Thank you, Ryan. And maybe I have one question that was going through all this. There is a cost to participate virtually, though. Is that correct? Or was that a different meeting? Whereas maybe Krista knows.
I spoke to the cost of participation under the WCPFC meeting. I don't know and did not see whether there was an online cost to this one.
Okay. Dr. Dahl?
Yeah, just a little bit of a clarification on that. So if you apply and are accepted on a U.S. delegation, you're sort of under that umbrella for these meetings. It's more formal for example, the annual commission meeting versus these subsidiary body meetings. I think what Ms. Svensson was talking about, and the deadline is long past, for example, for the WCPFC meeting, if you're not on the U.S. delegation and you still wanted to participate, there is this option to join the meeting as an observer. The WCPFC Secretariat imposes this $500 fee for observers to participate in the meeting. I'm not sure if that applies both to virtual participation or only in-person meeting, but it's sort of like the idea that it covers the costs they incur for incremental increases in participation in these meetings. So just to clear up what that's about.
Okay, thank you. But for this meeting in Monterey, sounds like there's no cost to participate virtually. Thank you. Other discussion here? John Ugeritz?
Thanks. If we've wrapped up going to a meeting.
I think we've wrapped it up. Let me make sure we're clear. That sort of the guidance I heard was the council supportive of 3 people. There was talk about 111 advisory management staff. I'm going to ask, does that allow the leadership some flexibility depending on who's interested? That's not a hard constraint that we can look and see who. So everybody agrees with that then. All right. Thanks. Now.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And regarding the second bullet showing on the screen right now, I do have some additional thoughts on catch limits and some more specifics on that. I believe we seem to have support for the run down the middle option. I appreciate that. I think it's consistent with what we discussed from California's perspective at the last meeting. There is also information about seasonality in the reports that, given what I've heard today and in the reports I'm supportive of, and I'll say that I've got a motion on this once other council members have weighed in.
All right, thank you. See if there's any other discussion. I think of Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks for that, John. But just wanted to, thanks, Krista, for putting this in writing and just, echo what you have there for Albacore, and just to say we did hear from in the NMFS report that sounds like it's that the State Department and NMFS is aware about this timing being important, and just wanted to speak to that. And, after all that fun discussion on meeting attendance, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you. And just to wrap this up, I appreciate the acknowledgement on Albacore. And it sounds like we've got general agreement on the guidance for all the pieces, including our WCPFC recommendations, but just wanted to confirm that before I go marching in saying, this is what our position is once and for all from everybody.
Thank you. Dr. Len?
Thank you. Should I just assume that since the U.S. is sponsoring the cetacean measure with Korea, that we don't need to put it on this priority list?
Ryan, would you like to answer that?
Well, I'd actually raise, because I noted I meant to get back to Ms. Lent on her question. But yes, it is my understanding that proposal would not require any changes to U.S. regulations, as our vessels already do that. So yeah, if that helps you. I mean, if you want to further endorse this U.S. proposal, I leave that at your discretion.
Thank you. Krista?
Yeah, I believe that would fall under the recommendations from the PAC. I believe that was one of the recommendations in the PAC, but I could be mistaken on that.
Thank you. I'm not sure it's in the PAC. They do mention electronic monitoring, but the reason that it's important to all of us here is that it levels the playing field for U.S. fishing vessels. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. John, I think I heard an offer for a motion.
Thank you. Yes, I have one for catch limits. I move the council recommend National Marine Fisheries Service implement Pacific bluefin trip limits for the 2025-2026 biennial cycle as outlined in the Highly Migratory Species Management Team's H2A Supplemental Report 1 Appendix and supported by the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel's H2A Supplemental Report 1, which includes a seasonal component and additional 25 metric ton annual buffer.
Thank you. That language on the screen looks accurate and complete. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Mark Gorelnik. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks. I actually don't know that an additional buffer is necessary, but I do recognize the advisory subpanel's desire to be more precautionary in this, and I appreciate that. Just to ensure that sufficient quota is left for harvest by other gear types. Additionally, as I asked on the floor, if this doesn't work out in either direction in the first year, we do have that ability to modify in the second year, and I would expect some discussion a year from now to see how things are going and make any recommendations to NMFS if needed on changes that they can make under the authority that's used to do this, which I can never remember what it's called. So I really do think it's important that we use as much of this quota as necessary. It's a now healthy stock. We have fish in U.S. waters. And I think we want to forecast and send that message that our fisheries want to catch this. So even if we don't achieve the quota, if we are building our catch and increasing our catch, I think that's very important.
Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Seeing no questions, discussion on the motion. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, John. Just very supportive of the approach. I was wondering if you could, you maybe did it, I missed it, but can you just briefly remind us how you track this fishery and how quickly you're able to account for catch?
Thanks, through the vice chair. Thanks for the question, Mr. Niles. Yes, since we had our problem in the bluefin fishery when we passed our quota, California has implemented electronic fish tickets for monitoring all fisheries. And importantly, after that event, we changed the California regulation for bluefin tuna specifically to require 24-hour reporting. So we have as near to real-time landings information as we can. We also have our dock samplers monitoring highly migratory species. And when we start getting close to those quotas, we increase that monitoring as well. So it's not just through the reports that we receive, but it's through our eyes on the dock. So I feel that in collaboration with National Marine Fisheries Service, we've increased our ability to track this fishery, and we now have the ability to keep a hold on things if the fishery is going at the rate that would achieve the quota.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, John. Okay, with that, great. Our action is there in terms of recommendations. So we had a motion, a specific motion on management measures there, but a long list of recommendations. Want to make sure everybody agrees with that. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Because it isn't in writing, I do agree with Dr. Lent about the cetacean component and leveling the playing field. And I would ask to add one more bullet point around expressing support for the U.S. proposals, including option. And I've just lifted this text out of one of the reports, which is including options for catch reduction scenarios for North Pacific striped marlin and improvement to management collection for cetaceans. So if others are in agreement, and sorry to beleaguer things here, I do think that it would be beneficial to have our council express support for those two U.S. proposals, and appreciate you raising it. You are correct. It was not in the pack, but appreciate raising and really raising the awareness around the importance of why.
First of all, let me look around the table and see if people agree with that as a recommendation. Good, there's agreement. Let me look to NMFS, Mr. Wolf. That is there. You've heard that here on the floor. Do you need anything else to support that recommendation? Okay, great. So, Dr. Dahl, what else should we do?
Don't do any more. I'm having trouble keeping track of it all, but yeah, that seems like a very beneficial discussion. You've reviewed and endorsed a variety of recommendations in terms of at the international level. So generally in the WCPFC arena, and then including following up here towards the end with in specific endorsement of the two U.S. proposals. Like I guess one of those is a management measure for striped marlin, and the other one is a U.S. proposal in terms of requirements around incidental interactions with cetaceans that I guess was co-sponsored with Korea. You had a long discussion about possible support, council support for participation in this upcoming joint working group meeting / workshop in February, and provided a lot of guidance that the council leadership, the executive director and the chair and vice chair will take under advisement and, figure out who to support, probably with some consultation with the two advisory bodies. And then I guess last but not least is you made a recommendation on the trip limit regime that NMFS should implement for the next biennial period to ensure compliance with the catch limits established under the IATTC resolution. And that is endorsing or consistent with what was put forward by your advisory bodies with the proviso that or the hope, if necessary, that the council could provide further input, and NMFS would have the capacity to perhaps make modifications to the measures for 2026 based on the experience in 2025. So I might not have caught everything, but I hope that's a reasonable summary of everything that you talked about and provided as guidance.
Thank you. I'm going to look around and see if there's any last comments or discussion on this agenda item. Appears everything's been said and we've completed our work there. So we're going to close that out. And I would like to move directly into the next one, H3. It's not that far out to our lunch break. So let's get started and see how far we get on that. So Dr. Dahl, how about an overview on H3?
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll read the situation summary for this item, which is biennial harvest specifications and management measures final action. The HMS, as you know, and you're in the middle of, the HMS FMP lays out a biennial process under which you may provide input on the key management reference points for HMS stocks. And in September, NMFS presented updated information on those reference points, and which feed into the status determination criteria, and thus the preliminary status determinations based on the stock assessments completed in this biennial period of 2023 and 2024. And there was a NMFS report that was presented under this agenda item at this meeting, just some fairly minor corrections to the reference points for Pacific bluefin do not affect the status determinations, but just are a more accurate representation of those quantities. No stocks have been that are managed under the HMS FMP have been found subject to overfishing or overfish. There's a footnote noting that striped marlin, the western and central North Pacific, I think it is, stock of striped marlin is subject to overfishing. In September, the HMSMT noted that the eastern boundary of that stock is 150 west, and that no West Coast vessels fish on that stock, and so that stock is should not be considered managed under the HMS FMP. And so basically, with these overfish determinations, the council is obligated to respond under provisions under MSA section 304I. So that's not an obligation, although of course you're always able to make recommendations on international and domestic actions if you so wish to do so. So the council, one of the things that came out is in reviewing those SDCs and resulting status determinations, you didn't have any specific comments there except a request to your SSC to review the basis of the short fin mako shark SDCs because there's a new stock assessment. The reference points there were a little bit calculated a little bit differently than the previous assessment. So you just wanted to have them take a look at those and confirm that those are reasonable. And then if the council has no additional comments, the SDCs and pending status determinations, I think they're maybe no longer pending, may be considered as adopted. I would just, if NMFS is comfortable with that formulation, that silence equals assent. If NMFS feels like there needs to be a more sort of affirmative response from the council, I defer to them to ask if they want to hear that. The other part of this is that you can propose changes to regulations that are promulgated pursuant to the HMS FMP as part of this biennial process. And back in September, the HMSAS asked the council to recommend an increase in the incidental landing limit for HMS in the small mesh drift gillnet fishery. It's become colloquially known as the smidgen fishery, apparently. There's reference to the regulations there. So, and parenthetically, that section is about HMS that are caught by gear not authorized under the HMS FMP, which small mesh drift gillnet is not a FMP managed fishery. So that's why they're subject to that incidental landing limit. You agreed to consider that regulatory change, take final action at this meeting if possible. And you'll see in supplemental reports from your management team and advisory subpanel additional information and recommendations around that action. And a final note that the FMP also lays out process for you to receive a safe document. There was a draft safe document in the September briefing book, and there's a final version that is attachment 1 in this in the briefing book for this meeting. So just running through, aside from, I already mentioned that it's actually, there was some mistakes in it that I had to fix my error. So it's actually a revised attachment 1, the safe report in the briefing materials, and then you have some advisory body reports, a NMFS report, and a supplemental SSC report that's speaking to that those reference points for shoreskin mako shark, and then a supplemental report from the management team and advisory subpanel. No public comment as far that I see is signed up for this agenda item. So to wrap up, I'll just read the council action here. First of all, adopt proposed adjustments to numerical estimates of MSY, OY, and status determination criteria. So that is what was put forward by NMFS. And you can always look in the safe document where those are incorporated. And then second, review analysis and recommend changes to the HMS incidental landing limit for the small mesh, the smidgen fishery, let's call it that, in federal regulations. So with a reference there, I won't read it. So with that, I conclude my overview.
Thank you. Any questions on the overview? Not seeing any questions. We'll move into the reports. And first up, there is a NMFS report. Ryan Wolf.
Yes. Thank you. For this agenda item, we do have one brief report. We are reporting some corrections to the reference point values that we reported in our September NMFS report on this agenda item. These corrections include minor changes to the numerical values of the proxy reference points and the Bluefin Tuna stock assessment numbers, and they do not change the proxy reference points that the council approved as suitable for management. So these corrections do not alter the status determination for the stock, which are now complete. The status determination for Pacific bluefin is not overfished nor subject to overfishing, and that's reflected on our species profile page and on the StockSmart webpage. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions on the National Marine Fisheries Service report? Seeing no questions there, we have a scientific and statistical committee report. Dr. Schaffler is online to give that. Dr. Schaffler, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for the time to speak. I will be reading agenda item H3A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Biennial Harvest Specifications and Management Measures Final. The Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed and discussed the reference points for short fin mako shark estimated by the International Scientific Committee for Tuna and tuna-like species in the North Pacific Ocean. The SSC endorses these proxies as adequate for estimating status relative to BMSY and FMSY. The SSC did not review the specifications for the model and the model fits. The SSC noted that the ensemble reference points included contributions from 4 models that did not converge, which could have justified their exclusion, but this decision did not affect the estimates of stock status and fishing mortality relative to proxies for BMSY and FMSY. And that concludes the SSC statement. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Schaffer. I'm just wondering, mako sharks have been on a long journey looking at the Kobe plot in the report. Is it management measures, environmental factors? How do we get back to green? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Lent. That's a tough one to answer. There are a number of uncertainties with the mako shark assessment that were noted in the stock assessment document, particularly with respect to difficulties aging these animals. So there's just not a real clear picture of how that would go.
Thank you.
Sorry for the non-answer.
All right, thank you. Other questions for Dr. Schaffler? Corey Niles?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jason, and thanks to SSC for taking the time to do this. Just on that last sentence about how those potentially why weren't the FMSY and BMSY estimates affected by the inclusion of those 4 ensemble models? Is the question. Do you have any idea?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. Yes, the assessment did look at the inclusion of those 4 models that did not converge, and with and without that inclusion, and it made almost no difference to the point estimates, and they chose to include them. So that decision alone had no impact on what those proxies ended up being.
Thank you. Any other questions? No further questions. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. Next, we have highly migratory species management team report. Liz Helmers is here to give that. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, council members. I'm just going to give a brief overview of the management team's report under this agenda item. The team recommends that the council, 1, approve the use of the reference points proposed by NMFS and reviewed by the SSC as suitable for determining the status of the short fin mako, and 2, maintain status quo on the incidental catch limit of HMS in the smidgen fishery. The team looked at the available California logbook and landings data and found that they do not indicate regulatory discards of Pacific bluefin in this fishery. While we discussed several potential options to move forward, including increasing the incidental catch retention limit to 20 or 50 fish, or introducing species-specific limits, given the limited information, the team supports the status quo at this time. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the management team report? Seeing no questions, thank you, Liz. And next, the HMS Advisory Subpanel, Mike Conroy. Welcome back, Mike.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to summarize our report on this agenda item. The HMS AS report on this item modifies the request we made in September to increase the allowance of HMS landings incidentally caught by drift gill net vessels with stretch mesh less than 14 inches. I can't call it smidgen, I'm sorry. Current regs limit those incidental landings to 10 HMS per trip. In September, we suggested increasing this number to 50. In our report, we revised that by asking for an increase of 20 per HMS per trip, in part to avoid inadvertently creating a directed fishery for a gear type not authorized under the FMP. And that summarizes our report.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Conroy on the advisory subpanel report? John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks to the team for the report, the advisory subpanel for the report. Is this something that fishery participants are saying is occurring frequently?
Through the Vice Chair, thanks, John, for that question. It depends how you define frequently. We asked one of the members of the AS if he has heard of any incidents this summer with regards to this fishery, and I think he said 2 out of 5 that trips this would have been a problem for.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mike. Completes the reports, takes us to public comment. There is no public comment. So that will move us into council discussion and action. And that is up here on the screen before us. Adopt SDC criteria, consider the needs. I'm not going to say any more about that. Just look for any hand to start the discussion here. John Ugoretz.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I appreciate the advisory subpanel's concern about regulatory discards, especially when we've got a species like bluefin that we're trying to increase catch of. At the same time, we've been digging into this since the last meeting and trying to look at the data we have available. It just doesn't appear to be a major concern at this point. I understand that it's possible that occasionally people are running into this. I am also a little concerned about opening things up and potentially having people start target HMS when they're not in an HMS fishery. And so from my perspective, I think it's something that we need to keep our eye on, and we need to track over the course of the next year and see what happens. I don't think that this has risen to the level of a necessary action that we need to add to NMFS plate in terms of a regulatory action. So at this time, I'd rather, with regard to that state managed smidgen fishery, keep looking at it and come back and see where we're at in a year.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Thanks, John. A question on that. I'm just not as familiar, obviously, with your, and I should have asked this of the AS, but are they, it seems to be on being able to keep an eye on it. And there's this idea that people are not going to report it in their logbooks for fear of running afoul of something. Do you have any comment on that, of how we would notice if the amount of bycatch, increased?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, some of that is landed, and so it does occur. And so we can look at the frequency of landings in this fishery of non-target species like bluefin or other HMS. Well, again, what we've seen so far is that, yes, it occurs, but it's a pretty low rate, and it appears to be within the current limits. Now, that doesn't get to what if they caught a whole bunch more and had to throw it away because of the current regulation. It is a logbook fishery. We will certainly be looking at logbooks in the fishery and ensuring that we try to improve compliance if we see a problem there, and then go from there.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Just one quick follow up. So you would presume that if they are, given the relative value of bluefin, if they are getting them and they're going to land them preferentially, they would land those over other less valuable species. Is kind of the logic there you're saying?
Yes. Again, the target species should be placing these fisheries in areas where it's unlikely that they're encountering bluefin, but it can occur and does occur. And from what we can tell, when it does occur, they're landing those fish because of the value.
Thank you. Further discussion. Krista Svensson.
I don't have further discussion, but when appropriate, I do have a motion.
Let's see it.
All right. And they said they have it, so I think we might really be all right. Okay, here we go. I move the council adopt the UMSY and DMSY proxies as suitable FMSY and BMSY proxies for completing status determinations for the North Pacific shortfin mako shark stock.
Thank you. That language appears accurate, complete. You agree?
I do.
Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by John Ugoretz. Please speak to your motion.
Certainly. And I normally am quite wordy, but this one I'll try and keep it short. These MSY-based proxies were recommended by NMFS, and they've been reviewed and endorsed by the SSC as adequate. And that you can find stated in H3A Supplemental SSC Report 1 if you need to. Personally, I'm comfortable with using them in determining the status for the stock based in accordance with the status determination criteria in the FMP.
Thank you. Are there any questions for clarification on the motion? No questions for clarification. Discussion on the motion? See no discussion. I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Krista. Let's move back there. So we've adopted the stock status determination criteria. Anything else here? I'm going to turn to Dr. Dahl and ask him what we've done and what we need to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So as just noted, you have endorsed these the reference points as the basis for the status determination criteria, the those SDCs themselves, and the resulting determinations for specifically for shortfin mako. And I think in generally you are comfortable and have agreed with those that were put forward for those other stocks based on recent stock assessments. So I think you're done there. There was some discussion about whether to move forward with this possible change to the regulations for the incidental landing limit. Mr. Ugoretz recommended the council not take action at this time, and that you potentially come back in the future, see if there's more information that could support consideration of a change. So I take that as status quo, no action, whatever you want to call it. So if that's the council's understanding and the council is comfortable with that recommendation, then I think you're done with that as well, and would be done with the items that were brought forward under this agenda item.
All right, thank you, Kit. So I want to look around. I didn't circle back to that last item on the incidental landing limits, the suggestion that we watch this for a year, take no action at this time. Council agrees with that. That appears that's the case here. So we'll watch that for a year, and that may come back before us in the future. Other than that, anything else to be said here? Not seeing anything. We'll close out this agenda item and move us to our lunch break. We will come back at 1 o'clock and resume with agenda item H4. So enjoy your lunch.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, 30-second warning. I'll give you 33 seconds. All right, thank you all. Full of good nutrition, and I don't know how I get the honor of turning to Dr. Dahl for his last situation summary in the council process. Dr. Dahl.
Thank you. I'll try not to mess it up. Okay, reading for the situation summary. We're on agenda item H4, highly migratory species roadmap, workshop report, and next steps. In June 2023, the council acknowledged that its draft swordfish monitoring and management plan needed to be replaced by a new document that considers the range of species, in addition to swordfish, that have been economically important in the large mesh gillnet fishery. As part of this work, the council would adopt priorities for issuing exempted fishing permits. This would be facilitated by holding a workshop with participation by the HMSAS, HMSMT, and other stakeholders. Then last year, November 2023, and then again this past March, the HMSAS and MT reported out on elements of an HMS roadmap document and ideas for the related workshop. The council then sought and recently received funding from the Inflation Reduction Act to address climate-ready fisheries initiatives, and the workshop was included in the project entitled Developing Climate-Ready Fishing Methods that Mitigate Bycatch of Non-Target Associated Species in a Changing Ecosystem. And you can refer there. There's a link to a September agenda item that has the description of that project. In addition to council member and advisory body input, at council direction, staff contracted with Concur Incorporated to provide support, designing, facilitating, and documenting the workshop, which was held in conjunction with the June meeting. And the workshop report was made available in September in the briefing book as informational report 1, and then reproduced in the briefing materials under this agenda item as attachment 1. The workshop focused on various aspects of EFPs, including the process for issuing them and how EFP activities can contribute to the roadmap goals adopted by the council a year ago in November 2023. The council should review the attached workshop report, make recommendations, and adopt it as appropriate. Based on the workshop report and advisory body input, the council should provide guidance necessary to finalize the HMS roadmap document. Such a document could incorporate the aforementioned roadmap goals, action items such as those previously presented by the HMSMT. And there's a reference to their report from last November, and any other elements specified by the council. Finally, based on workshop outcomes at this meeting, the council should articulate its vision for reviewing and making recommendations on EFP issuance. This vision should be consistent with the previously adopted roadmap goals. Such a framework would describe the characteristics of EFP proposals sought by the council and appropriate changes to the council process for EFP review. Initially, this framework could be described in the roadmap document and reviewed at a future council meeting before final action. The council should also discuss a process and schedule for making related changes to Council Operating Procedure 20, which describes the current EFP process. The council may also wish to consider the relationship between these next steps and the objectives of the aforementioned IRA project. So just running through the materials that are before you under this agenda item, I already mentioned there's attachment 1, that's the workshop report. And then you have a number of management entity advisory body reports. There's a supplemental CDFW report. There are 2 HMSMT reports, one of which is supplemental, but it was submitted in advance of the council meeting, and so it's been available for a while. And then there's the second report they wrapped up yesterday, and it was distributed. And then finally, there is also the HMSAS submitted a supplemental report. And I see there's one sign up for public comment. So I'll just wrap up here with listing the council action. It's broken out into 5 elements. First, review and adopt the HMS Roadmap Workshop Report. Second, provide guidance for completion of the HMS Roadmap document. Third, provide guidance and next steps necessary to develop a framework for exempted fishing permit review, including review criteria and process changes. 4 is discuss process and schedule for revising COP20. And then 5th is just to consider the relationship between these HMS roadmap activities and the objectives of the IRA Project 3. And that's my overview.
Thank you, Kit. We'll look around at a lot of action items under this one. Is everything clear? No questions on the situation summary? And not seeing any, go to our reports. First up, there is a California Department of Fish and Wildlife report in there. John Ugritz, were you going to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And we've had this report in the briefing book for a while, so I don't intend to read it. And importantly, the intent of this report is not for the council or any of our advisory bodies to make decisions on the action items at this meeting. We were providing some potential edits and questions in our report in order to help inform the ongoing process. And so our goal in this report is to provide some food for thought on action items, and basically under the assumption that those action items would be further developed and finalized at a later date. So I think that summarizes it enough. And if people have questions, either now or through our discussion, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thanks for that summary and providing some clarity on that. Look, any questions on the California report? And not seeing any questions, we'll go to the highly migratory species management team. There are 2 reports and 1 person here to deliver those, Jessica Watson. Good afternoon, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Jessica Watson, and I will be summarizing the supplemental HMSMT reports under this agenda item of the HMS Roadmap Workshop and next steps. So with regards to our first supplemental report, the team really is addressing those council actions that Dr. Dahl summarized of number 1, 3, and 4 as listed in the situation summary of this agenda item. And in this report, the team discussed the HMS Roadmap Workshop informational report that is from the September briefing book and recommends that the council adopt the HMS Roadmap Workshop informational report as a procedural requirement, and then also provide guidance on the HMSMT's proposed next steps to develop the council framework for the exempted fishing permits. And this includes 3 parts. The first part is modifying operating procedures or considerations to adjust application schedule and the council review process. Number 2 is improving the EFP guidance, so develop application and reporting forms to help clarify council interests and information needs. And number 3, developing EFP performance goals, so developing metrics to inform future council action. And I can go into more detail in those under questions, but first I will summarize our second report, which addresses the additional items under this council action. And the team is really, for those 2 remaining actions, recommending the council, 1, support the proposed timeline for refining the HMS roadmap in view of the council's expressed desire to prioritize activities under the Inflation Reduction Act, Project 3, and number 2, support the proposed approach to refining the content of the HMS roadmap. So with regards to timeline, given the current timeline for the IRA projects and the connections between IRA project number 3 and the HMS roadmap, the team sees value in having a broader HMS roadmap adopted before prioritizing actions within it. We do understand that the council's discussion of the IRA funded projects that the council has set as priorities for HMS management considerations. Therefore, the team recommends that the HMS roadmap be developed as soon as possible to make sure that the IRA Project 3 moves forward in alignment with the broader context of future management consideration for fisheries under the HMS FMP. With regards to refining and completing the HMS roadmap, apart from development of an exempted fishing permit framework, as previously discussed in our first report, there are additional considerations in need of council guidance to complete the HMS roadmap, namely refining the actions and council priorities into an organized document. So using the Swordfish Monitoring and Management Plan as a template, the HMSMT suggests the following outline be considered. For the introduction, use the SMMP introduction as a starting point, since the HMS roadmap is meant to replace that document. For the purpose of the roadmap, the council adopted the HMS roadmap goals in March of 2024, which would be archived in the roadmap and included in this purpose section. With regards to the actions, based on discussion with the AS, the MT provided draft actions for council consideration in previous reports at the November 2023 council meeting and March 2024 council meeting. The actions listed in these reports are meant to describe future actions the council may take to support the HMS roadmap goals. While the reports grouped the action items under each of the goals they supported or by topic, they did not address how some might be better qualified as supporting steps or sub-actions of goals and actions. And they did not address how some might also be considered different parts of analyses. The team proposes to bring forward a revised list of actions based on review of the HMS roadmap workshop notes, joint sessions, public comment, and council guidance. And the team also reviewed the current list of proposed actions and sub-actions for the HMS roadmap that were presented to the council in 2024 and discussed the need to provide additional clarity on the following items mentioned in the CDFW supplemental report under this agenda item, which included actions 2C, 4C, and 6F. We understand that those listed are not council actions, but instead are supporting steps or sub-actions that may need to be completed in order for the council to address the proposed actions, such as those related to the development of performance metrics for EFPs. Additional rationale and details on what could be considered in the above mentioned actions are included in reference in Appendix 1. For the last section, council priorities, the team proposes that the roadmap include a description of the actions that the council has prioritized. As a first step, the team would identify how the IRA Project 3 actions, or that EFP framework and dynamic ocean modeling, relate to actions and goals in the draft HMS roadmap. This section will also indicate future priorities to take up when directed by the council. So for the next steps, prior to the March 2025 council meeting, the team is proposing to hold a joint webinar session with the AS to produce a working draft of the HMS roadmap with the intention of submitting this draft document for an advanced briefing book. And the team also plans to attend the IRA Project 3 initial workshop webinar on December 17th of this year to ensure continuity is maintained between the project and the overarching HMS roadmap document. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Watson on the management team report? John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ms. Watson. The team's additional rationale regarding actions was helpful, but perhaps the department's main point in requesting additional clarification was that the actions themselves didn't seem clear to us. We couldn't understand what it was that someone would do under those actions, the council, the team, whoever. And so I don't want to put you on the spot to provide an answer that might also fly past the goalpost here, but I'm just noting that we're hoping to get something in the next version of this that comes back to us that we understand. So it just maybe take that back to the team.
To the chair, thank you, Mr. Ugoretz. We will try to make this a grand slam when we bring it back.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the management team? Not seeing any. Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have the HMS Advisory Subpanel, Mike Conroy. Good afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be summarizing the HMSAS report. At the top of our report, you see we have 4 specific recommendations. One is adopt the roadmap workshop report. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. I won't add anything to that. With regard to creation of a working group, or whatever we want to call it, which is focused on next steps leading towards completion of the roadmap document and the implementation thereof. We highlight that the need to ensure that the roadmap aligns with priorities identified in NOAA's National Seafood Strategy, one of which is to increase U.S. seafood production, benefiting fishing communities by preserving and creating jobs and strengthening the economy. Our third one is to revise COP20 to streamline the EFP process for HMS fisheries. I think the report provides ample justification for that, as with to recognize the relationship between the roadmap and the IRA 3 project objectives. We did conclude our report by offering some thoughts on the CDFW report. Very much appreciate John's statement regarding the intent of their comments. We felt compelled to address 4 action items that CDFW sought additional information for or commented on. Those are action items 2C with regard to bycatch evaluation, 4B with regard to reduction of trade deficit, 7B with regard to climate impacts of fisheries, and 8C, which is the 8C, sorry, the emerging uses of the marine environment and potential impacts on HMS fisheries and fisheries management. And that summarizes our statement.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Conroy on the advisory subpanel report? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you for the report. My question really is around the working group and how to continue to have stakeholder engagement. We had over 60 participants in the workshop. We had some discussion in the Oregon delegation this morning around, hey, we want to make sure that whatever work group or whatever we call it continues to have public support and engagement so that it is not perceived of as, hey, we've got some little committee somewhere working in a back office doing we don't know what. And I'm just curious, because there has been a fair amount of debate on this, kind of what the recommendations or the conversation from the AS has been on this topic.
Through the Vice Chair, thanks, Krista, for that question. We spent a significant amount of time in our room talking about what this working group could or could not look like, right? And I think we had assumed at one point that we could bring in members outside the ABs, outside of the council process to feed into this and be a part of this working group. To the extent that's realistic, that's your prerogative. That's for you to weigh in on. But I think as we talk through this issue, we definitely acknowledged the benefit of including the folks that participated in that workshop to ensure that their thoughts, their ideas, and their inputs are continue to be sought and considered.
Thank you. John Ugoretz, then Rebecca Lent.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Conroy. There's a group that I don't see listed on your potential work group participants, and that's council members. Are you hoping not to include them, or assuming that they would be included, or something else?
Through the Vice Chair, thanks, John, for that question. We discussed that as well. We acknowledge that council members will play a key role throughout this process. To the extent that they get involved in the working group, once again, that'll be your prerogative. But we kind of felt that separation between what we're doing to provide something to you would be better served by not necessarily having a council member involved in that process directly. That makes sense.
Thank you. Rebecca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mike, and thank you, Jessica, for the reports. I guess this is for both of you. I admit to being just a little bit confused. There's the roadmap, and working group, I do support whatever you think will be most useful to get the job done. It's great this work is getting done. There's the effort to develop a framework for EFPs and then measure their efficiency. There's revising COP20 and the IRA project, and I'm about to suggest another one. But how do these all fit together? At one point in time, it looks like the EFP is going to be part of the roadmap, including then the framework. How does that all stack up? Could you help me sort that out? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, I can try. I might have to phone a friend. So I view, and this is me talking here, I view the roadmap as sort of being an overarching set of action items that are intended to lead toward things to help build and develop and increase our HMS fisheries. The EFP component of it is a subset of the roadmap and a component of the roadmap, but not the entirety of the roadmap. And then, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Kent, for that question. So I agree with Mike on where these things are fitting in. So when it comes to COP20, that kind of comes in when thinking about under the EFP framework, which is a component of the overarching roadmap. So once figuring out what the scheduling would look like in the process for EFPs, then potentially provide recommended revisions for COP20. That EFP framework then is an action under the overarching roadmap to meet those goals that are stated in the MT's report 2. And as action items that have already been prioritized through the council. That's also a component of the IRA Project 3.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for those responses. Maybe when we all come back in March, we'll get a drawing of this. Sounds like a Venn diagram and Russian dolls, you pull them apart. But I was going to suggest something else. And as you may remember on day one, which feels like weeks ago, we had a presentation of the NMFS report, priorities report. And there was mention of, as you do mention in the HMS AS report, of the National Seafood Implementation Strategy. And under goal 3, well, actually, there's a list of pilots, which are either, it was sort of, some of them are aspirational, some of them are underway, some have been started. I think there's one in Oregon that's actually started. But there is an HMS pilot for Pacific and Atlantic HMS. And I think, and I had asked, do you know what that is? And are we engaged? And there seemed to be some folks saying they'll go back and find the answer. But I wonder if it would be helpful for the council to write a letter to say, can you tell us what's involved in this pilot and how can we be engaged? Because we're in the process of thinking about a roadmap and where we're going. We need to deal with things like markets. This is the seafood implementation strategy talks about markets and imports and promoting U.S. seafood. So I wonder if that would be something helpful for this big effort, which I welcome. I welcome this effort to look at the future of HMS fisheries. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Does either one of you want to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Kent. Though I don't know the particulars of the item in which you're referencing, I think as part of the full fleshing out and revisiting those actions under bringing back a more comprehensive draft of the HMS roadmap, that could be considered and try and identify any linkages to the actions that we are already looking forward to meet those goals that are being addressed.
And if I can just jump in with a totally unthought through answer to your question, I'm thinking of this increasing opportunity now to target bluefin. And this would seem to fit into that, you know, how do we begin to redevelop these markets? If there's a pilot program that can help with that and can provide a framework for best to do that, and we can learn from it, I would be all for that. But just direct answer your question. The first I heard of it is when I saw the email you asked from you asking about it.
Thank you. Any other questions, Corey Niles?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Mike, this one's for you and your recommendations up top. I think I got it now after this round, but you're encouraging the revision of COP 20 as soon as possible, but based on the ideas that were at the workshop. And I guess the thought I was able to participate in that workshop. And there was a lot of perceptions that the council was the holdup, which could be right. But I think my perception is different in that the holdup is that we've got a highly endangered leatherback turtle population that these fisheries tend to interact with. And it's at the protected species analysis stage where the delay has been happening. So a long way of saying these recommendations here, you're saying do the work group first and then revise COP 20, or are you saying do the work group and then revise COP before even the work group is finished with its work?
But through the Vice Chair, thanks for the question, Corey. We didn't discuss it down to that nuanced level. My off the top of my head thoughts would be that if this work group is established, one of the first things that it may be tasked with looking at would be how can we revise COP 20 in order to facilitate the EFP application process, fully acknowledging that once it gets through you, it goes into another void for a little bit while the environmental docs get done and all that other fun stuff.
Questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thank you both. My question is going back to a potential work group. And Mike, hearing you talk about it and hearing the conversation, I'm struggling a little bit about what would make this work group worth convening, in that what makes it so different from the council process we already have and our two HMS brain trusts we already have in the form of our MT-NAS.
Through the Vice Chair, thanks, Corey, for that question. It's a good one. It's one we struggled with. But to the extent a smaller subset of the two ABs, and if there's outside members of the public asked to participate in this, to the extent that it provides for a focused discussion on one issue, I think we felt that it could be beneficial in that way, rather than, when we come together and have our meetings, we're talking about many different things at once.
Thank you. Looking around if there are any other questions for the advisory subpanel. Not seeing any. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, can I take one moment?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I just want, since the AS and the MT are now sitting side by side, I think we just really want to tell Dr. Dahl how much we appreciate all of his guidance and efforts throughout this entire process. And since this is his last HMS agenda item, we will miss you and appreciate you and honor you on our shirts forever.
Ditto.
Thank you. Looking down, that completes all our reports. Takes us to public comment. There is one sign up. Caitlin Birch is present here with us. Good afternoon, Caitlin. There's a button there for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Caitlin Birch, Campaign Manager and Marine Scientist with Oceana. Thank you for hosting the roadmap workshop. Ben and TICNAP from our Pacific team attended the workshop and found it both productive and valuable. We appreciate the support. We appreciate and support the proposed changes put forward by CDFW in their report, and notably the proposed removal of pelagic longlines. We also strongly support expanded and scaled up use of deep sea buoy gear. We look forward to participating throughout the process. Appreciate the opportunity to comment today and ask that the council approves the roadmap with the changes put forward by CDFW in their report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Birch on her testimony? And seeing no questions, thank you very much. That completes all our reports and will take us into council discussion and action, which is up there. Adopt the final report and provide guidance on the next steps. Who would like to initiate discussions here? John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I really appreciate actually the work that the advisory subpanel and management team did for this meeting. I'll admit that I was unclear on where to go next with the roadmap after the workshop. And I do feel that the path that the management team has laid out is a sound one in terms of fleshing out the document itself. There's some key components of the document that need, I think, more focus. And I appreciate the advisory subpanel's suggestion for a special work group in particular to focus in on the EFP component of the roadmap. And there are some key items surrounding EFPs, like measuring performance and defining what acceptable bycatch is for the council, that we still haven't been able to sink our teeth into. I think council staff could probably come up with a charge for a group like this that is consistent with the IRA funding that we've received to help. And that might get us to the point where we could put together a work group. I will admit I get a little concerned when we talk about a group like this and we start adding a bunch of names to it. I think it needs to be lean enough that they can actually function. I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't have a magic number, but I just would, ask that maybe council staff consider that and think about what an appropriate size group is, what the appropriate composition of that group is. I disagree with the advisory subpanel. I think some council membership, more than one, on this work group would be helpful, because I want to ensure that what comes out of it is something that is consistent with council goals and priorities. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, appreciate all of the reports we just got, and I appreciate the points just made by Mr. Ugoretz. From this perspective, I do think I agree with what was just said by John. I think that there's happy to support some additional work by the advisory bodies, but do think some sort of constituting of a group would be helpful. And I know there was some questions around the table about the utility of that and how that might differ from our council process. But I think we've used this successfully in other FMP work and other fora here at the council where you have a group that is, and I agree with Jen, should be wieldy and not necessarily should be representative, but also not too unwieldy to get business done. I think it could be very helpful to help consolidate some things, get some things ready to come back to council discussion, as opposed to constantly having to utilize this, advisory body, then council floor, then advisory body, the council floor process, because of some of the things that I think we need to work through and figure out to complete the roadmap. I did also want to speak briefly to some of the questions that came up to them on the National Seafood Strategy, and was just waiting here for council discussion. And I can provide a little bit more feedback because I was engaged in those discussions before the plan came out. So you'll notice in our informational report that lays out the implementation plan. It talks about Pacific and Atlantic HMS fisheries resilience. But if you look at the 4 bullets there, the first 3 of those should look very familiar to you as they talk about EFPs, coordination with councils and industry, and then the use of kind of dynamic ocean predictions or management tools, which is exactly some of the topics from the IRA work the council has put forward, as well as is part of this roadmap, and that is for a reason. So I do think while we are still working on how we might implement that pilot, obviously the point was to highlight the work ongoing by the Pacific Council at this roadmap. So we do want engagement and a process that incorporates the council's input, and it was meant to support the council's projected work on this, not necessarily direct it what to do. But we were also cognizant that there's a lot of themes when it comes to HMS that the council is dealing with or will deal with on the roadmap that are actually relevant to our HMS fisheries all around the country. And so therefore wanted to acknowledge that in the National Seafood Strategy too, that what is going on out here on the West Coast is also relevant to some of our other broader HMS fisheries. So that's just a little background. I'm happy to expand further or take any questions as it relate to it. But those are just some initial comments from NIPS. Thanks.
Thank you. Rebecca.
Thank you, and Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wolf. So I guess the story is there really does not need to be a reach out to NOAA Fisheries to say, can we be an official pilot of the seafood implementation strategy? And are the Atlantic HMS folks involved in that pilot or not pilot? Thanks.
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lim, for the question. Yes, I mean, I think the part of this implementation plan, I would consider yourself already part of the pilot. They're going to look to further underscore and support in any way that we can outside of and in addition to this process. And yes, we are engaging with our Atlantic HMS colleagues. They are part of this too, as well as Pacific Islands region.
Right. Thank you. Look around, see Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And appreciative of the conversation around the table today. I have some comments around the working group, as we're calling it currently. Certainly open to other names if there's a better one. And then I have a question, I think, for our executive director, who may be deferring this out to somebody else. So bear with me for a minute here. I think in terms of having a work group, because we're really talking about putting together a kind of a document in terms of a roadmap, it makes sense to not necessarily have a gargantuan group of people. I don't know. Sometimes when we talk about small, I envision like 3 or 4 people, and I think we will need more than just a few. But I do think when you get, and I agree with Mr. Ugoretz on this, when you get too many people trying to cook up a straw man or a first draft, it can get very cumbersome very quickly. And it is beneficial to have a reasonable number of people taking that approach. That being said, I am fairly sensitive to the public sentiment of things being behind closed doors. And I think it would be beneficial once we have that document, or whether we have whatever that is that we put together in this work group, probably some press, and by press, I mean something on our website. I'm not asking for a full-fledged press release, but a vehicle for really getting that out so that the public, who has shown quite a lot of interest in this topic, is aware of the opportunity to weigh in and comment on whatever it is that is created in that group. And at that point, we think about how we're going to create opportunities to make that happen. I also agree. I think it's important to have council members involved in this. This is something where several of us have really led the charge in terms of wanting to move this forward. And I'm excited that we're moving it forward. I know when we had the workshop, there was concern around, hey, we have workshops all the time and we kind of have a nice document and that's the end of it. Why is this going to be different? And I said, I don't know, but you don't have different if you don't try different. And we're apparently trying different because we're doing something different. So thank you all for the opportunity on this, which leads me to my question for our executive director and staff. In the management team report, they're talking about, hey, we'll essentially be working on this over the winter. And then there's the last sentences around the IRA Project 3 initial workshop on December 17th. And I'm just kind of wondering how, if we put together a work group, how we ensure that this works in tandem so that we're not trying to draft a report short order or we're missing components. Like, how is there something that you envision as we move through this topic in order to make the work we're doing under this agenda item flow more easily into that Project 3 and vice versa?
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and Ms. Fenson for the question. I might invite Gilly up to the table just to help me. I'll start off and then see if she has anything to add. I'm just sitting here listening to this discussion and asking myself that very same question that you've asked, which is how does this dovetail with IRA 3? And as I think about all the moving pieces and how we're staffed and our resources and things of that nature, I would anticipate that this work group and the further development of the roadmap would have to be entirely covered in our IRA project work. So it would maybe not address all of what we're planning to do in Project 3, but it would be covered under that umbrella. Is that a sufficient answer, or are you looking for more detail?
Thank you. I wasn't necessarily looking for more detail. It was more a matter of, I don't have any, the detail from you and your team. So wanting to make sure it was possible and practical, and it sounds like it is.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Let me just maybe summarize some query writings. Let's go to you first.
Thanks, Vice. I guess I'm just looking for a little bit more clarification from folks who've been thinking about this work group. Thank you, Ms. Fenson. Thank you, Mr. Ugaretz, about sort of getting at this thing. In my mind, when the council puts together any sort of work group, they're usually all public meetings. And so, Ms. Fenson, I just want to clarify that you weren't implying that they would be private, that the work group meetings would be, you're nodding your head. I'm just going to let you speak. Thank you.
No, thank you. My concern stems around from a couple of issues. Firstly, sometimes when the council has work group type meetings, we have them during council time, which works if you are a state agency person. But if, say, Dr. Lent or myself wanted to participate, or even yourself, as a political appointee, we are up here the entire time and would not have the ability to participate. We also don't necessarily have a call in for all of our meetings. So, you know, if we're here at the meeting, you can't necessarily listen to what's going on in an advisory panel. So my concern is if we're going to do this, that we have it in a workshop type or meeting type formation that allows for people to listen and provide that public comment should they choose to, as opposed to not. I mean, that really is my underlying concern. So hopefully that helps clarify, but I do think having focused voices rather than trying to have 60 people workshop a document may be the approach to take so that we can get something before the March meeting rather than work on it for the next however many years trying to get 60 voices into one document for a first draft that would then go out for public review and work through the council process.
Executive Director Burden.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And maybe just to add to a bit of what Ms. Fenson is outlining. As I look at, our rules and the ways in which we form various groups, we would be looking to form this work group under the rules of an ad hoc committee. And so that would then give rise to our requirements to have public meetings. I highly value public meetings. And then I think that might tell you something about then how we use the council process. So I can envision, at the risk of getting ahead of myself, but I can envision, this ad hoc committee that we call a work group, producing material, and then that material coming to the council where there's another opportunity for public viewing and input. So it should look pretty similar, just if we formulate it under our existing rules. I don't know that we could formulate something outside of our rules, to be honest, but I'm looking to do this as an ad hoc committee, if that helps.
Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks. I had the same kind of view as American. That was kind of where I was going with my earlier comments. I had the gem pack in mind just as an idea, but very, very similar. Open, there's process for public comment, but it's a smaller subset that tries to not take up council agenda time while you're trying to work through some things before it's ready to come back to the council. That was at least the structure that I had in mind and thought could be helpful for some of them tasks still ahead before you get to a draft that's ready for council review. And then maybe it's not a question, but maybe Merrick can just correct me if I'm wrong. I think if that is the recommendation of the council here, I think we would need to probably still come back with some sort of draft charge for that group later in this meeting, right, under appointments or C5 to formally look at it right before it's constituted, or I'll defer to you.
Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I have been conversing with some of my staff and what we would, assuming the council does want to move forward with this committee, I think we could bring forward a draft charge for you to review on day last, and maybe some thinking about the composition thereof. And then at which point you can tweak it or bless it. And then we would go through our normal process of moving forward with whatever names and the formulation of that committee. So hopefully that answers your question, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you. And with that, just reading the tea leaves here, assuming there's interest in the council having some type of work group, any information on shape, form, context you could provide at this time as staff, then develop that under C5. We would take up formation of a work group. And then there's of course, our workload planning where we figure out where the work gets done in our schedule. So if you have any other ideas regarding that, now's a good time to gives the staff some assistance in putting that together. But I think we could expect to see something on day last regarding this. And with that guidance on the next step, there's also this piece about adopting the final report. That's the final workshop report. I think that step is to bring it to closure and show that there's an endpoint on the workshop report. How anyone wants to do that? John?
I hadn't anticipated needing a motion for this, but I think I can do it very simply if needed.
All right. We normally don't, but sometimes it helps to show we finished that, and there's an expectation that there could be some final I's dotted or T's crossed, but I'm going to let you try and craft a motion here.
Thank you. I move the council adopt the final HMS roadmap report found in the briefing book. I'm not going to know the reference. If somebody has it, they can stick it in here.
H4A attachment 1.
There we go. H4A attachment 1.
Oops. And maybe put workshop between HMS and roadmap.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. HMS workshop. Roadmap workshop report. I don't know.
You noted.
Anyways, because
I am now able to throw my voice through Git. I move the council adopt the final HMS roadmap workshop report found in the briefing book H4A attachment 1.
Thank you. And that looks accurate and complete. You agree?
As far as I can tell.
All right, great. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Krista Svensson. Speak to your motion as needed.
I think, as the vice chair pointed out, it's good to have closure on items like this and understand that the council has approved a final report. So this can go into the record as such.
Thank you. Any clarification needed? Rebecca Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I may be losing my marbles, but I don't think there's an A after the 4. Is it just H4, attachment 1?
Correct.
Thank you.
And
there is none there.
I didn't say A.
Other clarification? Discussion on the motion? No discussion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, John. And with that, Kit, we almost had you making a motion on your last item. And here's your chance to, oh, I'm sorry, Corey Niles.
So I didn't mean to interrupt there, Mr. Vice Chair, but I had some thoughts on this on this work group. I'll keep it brief, but you asked for guidance and we moved to that. Ryan's mention of the gem pack got me thinking a bit. There's various models out there. Our traditional model is what we do here. We have our technical people on one group and advisory subpanels folks on another group. We had the climate and core communities team when we had council members together, and I don't know that was my favorite model either. So I just hoping that, trusting that staff can work on the charge, but I hope it's clear that we follow the rules of consensus and that every member of that work group, understands what the role is on equal standing, and everyone's opinion gets expressed without having to, label minority reports and all that kind of thing. So I think this groups have worked really well together lately. But it just, when we mix and match all these roles together, I'm just asking staff to give some thought to that. And I'm thinking of the gem pack and the gem tac and gem tac never really having their own independent forum to to make comments on what the Gem Pack was saying. So yeah, various models out there, but I thought just keeping those roles and responsibilities and consensus in mind, I just wanted to voice there's many ways to do that, and we have really good people involved here, so not too worried about it, but just being careful when we depart from our normal model of management teams and advisory subpanels.
Thank you, Corey. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Niles. Just to clarify, I fully support that. I was more thinking of the concept of the work they were talking about and then bringing it back to the council, not the representation or the way it was constituted. So my apologies, but I support what Corey said. Thanks.
All right. Any other comments? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, before you have Dr. Dahl take us home on this agenda item, I did want to say thank you to Dr. Dahl personally. I have been on the council for a little over 6 years now. Bless his heart. He has really helped guide me through all of it, including going to Port Moresby my first year on the council, which was absolutely wild. You have never led me astray, and you've certainly helped me with a lot of motions, including today. So thank you for the work that's been done, and I wish you a happy retirement.
All right. John Ugoretz.
And I tremble at doing this because I don't want to have all of us speak, though I think maybe we all should, because Kit, your presence here has been extremely helpful. Your ability to guide us through process, to summarize sometimes incredibly complex discussions, and to bring us back information that is requested and needed, and help guide the team and AS in doing so is commendable. I wish I could sail away with you, but fair winds and following seas.
Thank you, John. Other comments? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Face. Just thank you, Pokuya.
Thank you. Looking around. Thank you, Kit. I'm going to give you the last word. Tell you how let you tell us how we've really done here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. There was one thing that came to mind that maybe just a little clarification on. HMSMT had proposed that they would, in collaboration with the advisory subpanel, come up with kind of a draft of the roadmap document to get into the March briefing book. And then this discussion around this work group also, there was some ideas that work group would be involved in putting together this, perhaps this document. So I guess maybe just making a suggestion, if it's amenable to the council, to go ahead and have the team put together the draft, and then perhaps, and obviously as the council has indicated, they're looking to staff to come back on Monday with a draft charge for this group. And but in any case, just to keep the ball rolling, go ahead and endorse that idea of them putting that draft report together, and then this work group could take that draft and carry it further. And I'm thinking also that in the AS report, it was suggested that potential role of this work group would be then to see through further implementation steps. So all of that said, to just make sure you're comfortable with the MT's proposal of doing that work and keeping the ball rolling on that.
All right, let me look around the table here. John Ugoretz.
And this is why we will miss you, Kit. Thank you for bringing that up. I see it perhaps very slightly different than what you said. My understanding would be that the team does what the team suggested in their report, which laid out some specific portions of the roadmap that they would complete and bring back to us in March. I think they should still do that. I think that this work group should be focused on a specific portion of the report that is the EFP component. And I think, as I mentioned in my comments, I think there's some very clear tie-ins to the IRA funding for that in looking at bycatch reduction and looking at performance of EFPs towards enhancing that. And in essence, I would see the team as creating a placeholder for that portion of the report.
Thank you. I'll make sure with what John just stated, if that's the path forward for what the team will do in a draft. And sorry, John.
And again, not taking away from the fact that we understand council staff is going to be drafting some kind of a charge and description of this group and process that we'll look at again on Monday.
Correct. That piece of it and the charge for what the work group would be. And I'm just, again, I'm asking the executive director to look at the March QR. I don't have it here in front of me, whether or not HMS is on there or if we need to be prepared under workload planning. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. We do have the HMS groups meeting in March. So per usual, Kelly and I will put together a revised year-at-a-glance summary that outlines and contains your guidance here. And so look for that before we get to day last.
Rebecca Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to confirm that this, if I got it right when I asked that question of what all these different pieces are, this group is going to be working on EFPs and the framework and revising the COP, but we'll also be looking beyond at the fishery, the different aspects of getting it developed and expanding the fishery as needed in a cautious way. It's not just about getting these permits, correct? Thank you.
I guess I can't tell you that's what the work group will be doing. Again, they'll come back with a charge for us on day last on Monday under C5 when we create the work group and then further discuss finalize what its charge is, make that clear and expectations for that. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you for that. I put my hand up before you finished talking. My apologies, Mr. Vice Chair. But yeah, that was my understanding that, and I think we can revisit this when we see the charge, but the EFP framework is just one component, one action of the roadmap. So I do think it's important that my interventions previously were talking about the roadmap as a whole and the concept, not just the EFP framework, but that is an important component. And I think this will be easier when we look at the charge on day last. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. So is that clear on those pieces of it? Pulling together a draft roadmap, what's outlined in the team report, and creating a work group and discussing on Monday what the charge of that work group will be and potentially talking about populating that. So is that good? All right, thank you. What other box did we forget to check here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think you have a game plan going forward that includes first draft of the roadmap document, formation of a work group with a charge related to the EFP aspect of the roadmap and perhaps some other elements of that to be revisited on Monday under the COPs and appointments agenda item. I think that's the plan at this point. I guess I won't be around to see it move forward, but I hope that the council is able through this process to meet the objectives of or the goals of that you've laid out for this roadmap, and that we'll all see the development of vibrant fisheries, I guess you could say, for HMS on the West Coast. We have seen some potential loss of at least one fishery here that targets HMS and that is sunsetting in a couple of years. So hopefully the council can thread the needle to new avenues in that regard in terms of providing HMS to consumers. I also like to say how much I'm heartened and honored by all the kind words and nifty shirts and everything that all of you have said and done at this meeting, my last meeting, and from the council and from the HMS MT and advisory subpanel. Unfortunately, the two ecosystem groups were not scheduled at this meeting, but I did hear kind words from them both from Tommy Moore at the banquet, and then also, personally through emails and so on. So anyways, it's been a great run, and thank you all. And I guess I'll sign off and turn off the microphone and turn it over to the next council staff to keep your business moving.
All right. Thank you, Kit. I still need to close out this agenda item. So thanks, Kit, for everything. And instead of the closing, I'll just say hoist the sails. And with that, this agenda item is closed, and I'll turn the gavel back to our chair.
All right. Great work, Vice Chair Hassemer, council members. We have a fairly long agenda item coming up, looks like, potentially. So we're going to take a 10-minute break before we start off on D3. We can take our seats and get going. Shake it off. Shake. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We're a little behind, but we're gaining. That's all good. So with that, I'll turn to Marlene to get us started off on D3. Marlene.
Thank you, Chair Penninger. I will be providing an overview for agenda item D3 this afternoon. Good afternoon, members of council. Give me just a moment to get my PowerPoint ready. Yes, thank you again. This is agenda item D3 on research and data needs, a new fun topic for you. Today at the November council meeting, we'll be focusing on top science and management challenges. This is the research and data needs. In terms of identifying research and data needs, this is a requirement by the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The council has developed Council Operating Procedure 12 as a standard guide for this process in terms of updating and communicating the council's research and data needs. This occurs on an approximately 5-year review cycle, so we are ready to start the next review cycle on this. The council has a website dedicated to this. If you go to the main webpage for the Pacific Fishery Management Council, on the left side, you'll see an option under resources, and you'll find a research and data needs page there that contains information related to the council's activities from the last review cycle. This was last completed in 2018, and was a final document that came out of that process. It was 240 pages. And that was actually transitioned later into the Research Priorities database, which contains approximately 350 of those priority projects that the council has identified. Feedback was noted from the last review cycle that included a desire to streamline this process, to more efficiently identify high priority research and data needs, to hopefully shorten the final product from this exercise, and to perhaps allow for this exercise to be conducted more frequently. It was also suggested that reviewing the processes used by other councils might prove helpful to us as well. Indeed, the Pacific Council is not the only council that has worked to both review and refine the research and data needs process over time in order to meet this Magnuson requirement. The outcomes and documentation from other regional councils can be found at the links that are embedded here. I just wanted to provide them for you so that there was an opportunity to sort of look at and reflect on how other councils have approached this as well. You'll note that most other councils use a tiered type approach to help organize and streamline this exercise. They often use higher level categories or themes, and then some version of sub-tiers in order to guide the organization of the exercise, as well as the prioritization in identifying high level priorities. To help front load this next review cycle for this council, we've proposed to focus in on the key priorities for the council in the next 5 years. This is a first an attempt to step back at a really broad level and identify the problem statement of what challenges has the council been facing that could be addressed through additional research or data. And so we're really thinking about this challenge level as the highest tier level in terms of something that would cross fishery management plans from the council and also provide an opportunity for you to really focus on guiding the process from the beginning. The review cycle is currently scheduled as a 3-meeting process. This allows for the council now to consider in November identifying these top science and management challenges, as well as potentially weighing in on key topics that are examples of those challenges that you've been facing. These will help then guide the SSC in crafting the initial list of research and data needs for your preliminary preferred alternative currently scheduled for April of 2025 and selecting a final preferred alternative in June of 2025. That list of the council's final high priority research and data needs would then be transmitted to NMFS and also additional broader outreach of the council's needs. In attachment 2 that was provided in the advanced briefing book, there's a figure that helps demonstrate the proposed review cycle that we have now. We are currently in the green boxes at the top of this figure, where staff have reflected on and tried to bring forward some initial observations on those top challenges that the council's been facing. To just start the discussion here, we've also solicited guidance from the SSC, advisory bodies, and the public to help the council potentially identify these top challenges. At this point, if those challenges move forward, they would guide the next step of the process, which is in the orange boxes for the second council meeting, where in the background, there would be an update of the research and data needs priorities database with information since the prior review cycle, and the SSC would begin crafting their preliminary recommendations that would be tied to and focused on each of the challenge and topics that the council has identified. There will be another opportunity for advisory body comments and feedback and from the public before the council decided their PPA at the second meeting. And again, another opportunity for revision of that list of priorities, as well as advisory body feedback before the final decision at the third council meeting at the end of the process. There were some materials provided in the advanced briefing book to help start and launch this process and get people really thinking about this topic. Attachment 1 contained a compilation of perspectives from council staff about examples of challenges that they've observed in recent years with the council. And those were synthesized and summarized into 4 broad draft challenge categories. Those included data limited stocks, fishery impact projections, socioeconomic resilience, and the intersection of ecosystem dynamics and fishery science and management. Just briefly, I'm going to show you the layout of how we had this in attachment 1. There was a brief description of the draft challenge at the high level, as well as the individual topics listed that could potentially be part of that challenge. We also noted which FMPs had examples that we felt were experiencing that particular challenge and whether it was characterized as more of a science challenge, more of a management challenge, or something that crosses between science and management. That was provided for all 4 of the challenges. I'm not necessarily going to go into the detail here, but I'm showing it on the slides so that you understand the format of what we had put forward for your advisory bodies. We did solicit advisory body guidance on these, and in particular, we were trying to ask them about the top challenges. Did they think that these top challenges covered the high priority broad topics that the council has been experiencing, and are they relevant to the next 5 years for the next review cycle? We also asked them if there was additional perspectives to consider that hadn't been brought forward in this, trying to lay this initial groundwork. We asked about those associated key topics, which are things that I think were easier for people to sort of focus in on. And we asked if they would add or subtract any of those from these categories, as well as whether you should organize them differently. So did we provide an example of a research challenge that perhaps would be better suited under a different category? You did receive 9 advisory body reports on this agenda item. And so you will find their feedback from that process in those reports in front of you. And I will bring you back around to the situation summary. Currently, we have the objective potentially for this meeting is to focus on potential council action to adopt those top science and management challenges and potentially provide any feedback, provide input on the key topics in order to help guide the next steps of the process that are scheduled for April and June of 2025 currently. And with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlene. Questions for me, Marlene, on our overview? Then Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the presentation and walking through the thinking behind this. Trying to figure out how to phrase my question properly. On the number of I guess this is the number of challenges you mentioned. North Pacific has 12. Some of the others have 4 or 5. We've got what, 4? With the number of challenges y'all provided, was that based on what you saw the challenges were, or were you trying to balance the number versus the need of the content, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Is it just that the need you saw happened to come out to be the 4 or 5, whichever it is, or were you trying to aim and squeeze things into 4 or 5 boxes? Hopefully that makes some sense.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Matz. I believe that the intention was to hopefully keep the draft challenges to 10 or less, and the reason there were only 4 draft challenges were because the synthesis of bringing those things up to the category level seemed to fit within those 4 particular bins or categories. But of course, I think you'll see that other folks have some ideas about how to potentially break those out for clarity in the process.
Okay, appreciate that. That helps.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? Okay. See any? Oh, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And once again, this is more of a question to help me understand the process a little more. So I certainly understand that Magnuson does have a 5-year cycle of review that is required. But as we kind of create, particularly the more granular, outcomes, not the themes, but as you work your way down to the actual needs, are those created with an eye of being the types of things that one could expect would be achieved, or like a data need that you'd be able to fulfill that in the 5-year period? Or is that really not a consideration of how you create data needs?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councilman Kiefer. My understanding of the process is that you're identifying your potential priorities for research data needs, and it is intended to cover that 5-year period, just because we would begin the review cycle again, but it's not necessarily a criteria that the research or data need would need to be completed during that 5-year period.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Okay, anyone else? All right. Thanks, Marlene. With that, we'll go to the reports. And first up would be the SSC report and Dr. Cheryl Barnes. Cheryl, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger and council members. For the record, my name is Cheryl Barnes, and I will be reading the Supplemental SSC Report 1 for Agenda Item D3A, the Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Research and Data Needs. The SSC discussed the Council's research and data needs to support the management of U.S. West Coast fisheries. Council staff have proposed a revised framework in Attachment 2 for structuring this research and data needs, or RDN's, review cycle. This framework involves identifying high-level science and management challenges and organizing specific topics and RDNs under each challenge. The SSC focused its discussion on the high-level challenges, but also made recommendations regarding the revised RDN framework. The SSC appreciates the 4 draft challenges presented in Attachment 1, but found that they were overly broad, imprecise, and/or omitted several important challenges for U.S. West Coast fisheries. In particular, data-limited stocks, the draft challenge number 1. This challenge mischaracterizes the level of information available for most stocks managed by the Council. All stocks have data collection needs. The challenge is identifying the appropriate methodology for using the data that we have to perform stock assessments. And then socioeconomic resilience, draft challenge number 2. This challenge is too vague to be useful and should be divided into to consider economics and social science separately. The SSC recommends that the 4 challenges be replaced with the following categories, of which we have 9. Number 1, data collection. Data collection is required to conduct stock and ecosystem assessments, evaluate policies, and support management. It is necessary to continue and expand existing data collection efforts, develop new data streams, for example, to support indices of abundance or life history parameter estimation, and improve access to relevant databases. Community-based participatory research programs can aid in this effort. Challenge number 2, stock assessment methodologies. Routine methodological development and advancement are required to improve the best scientific information available for stock status determinations. This will include the development and testing of data limited and data moderate assessments, dynamic reference points, and methods to account for large spatial closures. Challenge number 3, life history and stock structure. Regular collection and evaluation of scientific information is needed to parameterize life history traits, inform the degree of population connectivity, and ensure appropriate spatial scales for management actions. Challenge number 4, evaluating fishery impacts. Many council-managed fisheries rely on the evaluation of fishery impacts associated with trip limits, bag limits, season or area closures, incidental mortality, and other factors. These require research and data to inform a number of assumptions utilized in their estimation. Challenge number 5, ecosystem dynamics. The effects of a changing ecosystem raise challenges for fishery science and management. Continued efforts to account for ecosystem change can involve approaches such as collecting diet data, developing ecosystem models, evaluating the use of ecological indicators in stock assessments, and identifying environmental thresholds. Number 6, harvest policy. Improved methods are needed to evaluate harvest policies, including harvest control rules and reference points, which are integral to council decision-making, especially during periods of non-stationary environmental conditions. Number 7, economics. Data and analytical tools are needed to develop and evaluate fishery management policies that aim to ensure the economic viability of recreational, tribal, and commercial fisheries, including post-harvest sectors and infrastructure. Challenge number 8, social science. Data and analytical tools are needed to develop and evaluate fishery management policies intended to address social and cultural objectives of participants in fisheries and fishing communities. And then our last is number 9, habitat science and spatial management. Ongoing and emerging uses of marine, estuarine, and freshwater resources are diverse, potentially conflicting, and likely to impact fish stocks and their habitats, as well as the surveys used to inform science and management. Continued development of the models used to designate essential fish habitat, or EFH, and otherwise inform spatial management are needed, including for transboundary stocks. The SSC also has the following recommendations regarding the proposed RDN framework. The SSC is unclear about the benefits of identifying topics that would fall below key challenges rather than linking research projects in the database to the key challenges and identifying a small set of research projects that would make the largest contributions to assessing those key challenges. The proposed framework should be revised to encourage engagement between the SSC and other advisory bodies when identifying and prioritizing RDNs, the research and data needs. And then active monitoring of the RDN database is required to update the status of RDNs, whether or not they're underway, complete, or there's been no action taken, and could be undertaken more frequently than the council review cycle. And with that.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes. Questions on the SSC report? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the report. I am a little curious. So I see number 1 is just generic data collection. Yet when I look at 2 through 9, essentially every one of those tier descriptions include data collection. So am I misinterpreting number 1, data collection? Were you trying to structure more about a tier that ensures we're creating the appropriate access and platforms for data collection? Or was this just more generic data collection when you've addressed data collection in 2 through 9?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yeah, I appreciate that. I believe our intent here was to really emphasize the need for continued data collection that supports stock assessments. So some of the regular data streams for indices of abundance and things like that, whereas some of the other items are more specific to particular topics that we need maybe newer information on. So specific to stock structure, let's say this is a topic of interest to us all right now. And we have been confronted with the number of species where we lack information to identify population connectivity. And so number 1 is supposed to be a little bit more generic in terms of continuing the data collection that has been ongoing, let's say, and trying to fill some of the gaps where we have logistical and financial difficulties with continuing some of our long-term surveys. And then there's the comment about improving access to relevant databases. My understanding is that there are some concerns about potentially limited access to existing data going into the future. So that's why we added that piece there. And I would welcome, if appropriate, to have Jason Schaffler, our SSC chair, weigh in if needed.
Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. Thanks, Sharon. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Barnes, did the SSC have an opportunity to discuss with any of the other advisory bodies the SSC's updated list? I know all the advisory bodies were provided the list that council staff worked on, but did you all have a chance to share your list of 9 or have any discussions with other advisory bodies? And if so, what was any input?
Through the chair, thank you so much for the question. I personally was able to jump in on a couple of the management team meetings. So I joined the groundfish management team for their discussion of this, though that took place before ours. So I was basically just trying to hear what the GMT had to say about research and data needs. We had our conversation before the HMS-MT had theirs, and I was able to share our preliminary list with those folks, but it was all kind of timing based. The only other thing I will mention is that our number 9, the habitat science piece, was a modification from the habitat committees, where we included our priority of spatial management and kind of melded those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Rebecca Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dr. Barnes, for the presentation. It's very logical layout. So it's kind of nice to see it sorted out this way. I just want to note under item 7 and item 8, the statement is that the economics and the social science data and analytical tools are needed to develop and evaluate policies intended to address the economic situation or the communities. That is important, but in fact, much of these data are needed to evaluate any fishery management proposal. So looking at a NEPA document, what are the relative impacts on the community of alternative 1, 2, and 3, and so forth. So I would just say they're needed to develop and evaluate fishery management policies, period, whatever is the goal of those. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Rebecca. Okay. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks to SSC for the report. It's a relatively simple question. When you see numeric lists, sometimes they are in priority order. And I just want to make sure that the SSC was either doing that intentionally or not doing it intentionally, trying to figure out if there is a priority amongst these challenges.
Through the chair, thank you so much for that question. We didn't explicitly prioritize these challenges. They seemingly work in, to me, what would be kind of a bit of a logical order in terms of like basic data collection, and then stack assessments are integrated into most of things that we do. And then we kind of work to some of these items where there's a little bit more time, effort, and money that's needed probably to be dedicated to them. But we did not explicitly try to prioritize these in any way. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Oh, Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. And thank you, Dr. Barnes. Appreciate the SSC statement here. And my question is on the recommendations on the framework that are at the bottom of the report, and specifically the proposed framework should be revised to encourage engagement between the SSC and other advisory bodies when identifying and prioritizing the RDNs. And my question is how that relates to the graphic that's in at the attachment and the presentation we saw at the beginning. And I'll admit that I was jumping a little bit ahead in what we were doing today and thinking that we were at the, maybe you don't have the attachment in front of you with the framework on it, but the green part is where we are today. And there's a lot of, the arrows are all moving in one direction, but it's when you get to the pink or the light orange part where the change would be have the SSC develops the list of RDNs, and then that goes to the advisory bodies for their comment and feedback. And I'm wondering if that pink or orange part of the graphic is getting at what the SSC is recommending there. I hope that makes sense to you.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you. So I do not have that graphic in front of me, but based on memory, one of the issues that the SSC saw was that at the stage we are in now, we hadn't been able to have any crossover among the advisory bodies, which was part of the reason why I personally was interested in going to some of the other ones to hear what folks had to say in terms of what the major challenges were, rather than having us each identify the challenges in isolation, putting them to the council and kind of seeing what comes out of it, if you will. The crossover later on, I think, will be highly valuable. The SSC is interested in taking our subcommittee chairs, developing the list of research and data needs, categorizing them in whatever challenges are identified, and then ensuring that we do have some crossover with the, thank you so much for that figure. But yeah, then ensuring that there is some sort of discussion or check-in with the different management teams and advisory bodies. In particular, I know that there are a number that will not be meeting in person in April, for instance. And so there's an interest in ensuring some crossover before that April meeting. Hopefully that answered it.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again, Dr. Barnes. I think it does. And I guess if I might just summarize what I think you said is a little bit more of what we see in the middle section at the initial stage would be helpful. And I'm saying that I don't know if that's the thought of the SSC, but my thought in reading all the helpful advisory body and management team reports was there's a lot of really good information. If there was a way to do that in a way that was organized at the beginning, it might be helpful.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Barnes. My question is in regard to number 9, habitat science and spatial management. And the SSC notes continued development of the models used. And I'm wondering what the intention was behind using the word models, and was that specifically to exclude other types of habitat research, or models are just that much more important? Just looking to understand why that specificity was used.
Through the chair, thank you. That there was not an intentional emphasis on the use of models for EFH descriptions here. It was intended to be an example of some of the type of work that could fall within this category, but a combination of explicitly calling out the need for development of, let's say, information streams to designate EFH in addition to other things. But this is an unintended consequence, I think, of our language here. We did not mean to emphasize models only for this purpose.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Okay, Cheryl, I think we're done with you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. And next up will be the Habitat Committee report and Dr. Scott Appel. Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
Excellent. Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. For the record, my name is Scott Appel, and I will be reading Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1 for Agenda Item D3, Habitat Committee Report on Research and Data Needs. The Habitat Committee received a briefing from Marlene Bellman on the staff proposed framework for the research and data needs identification process. The Habitat Committee appreciates the proposed top-down approach of first identifying specific science and management challenges and prioritizing and organizing the research and data needs around those challenges. The 4 draft challenges and associated key topics presented in D3 Attachment 1 cover a range of fisheries and ecosystem issues, but include few habitat issues. The staff guidance in the situation summary suggests up to 10 challenges. So the Habitat Committee recommends a 5th challenge that addresses the ongoing and emerging threats to habitat for fishery management plan species and the need for data to inform essential fish habitat, EFH, consultations and reviews, fisheries management, marine spatial planning, habitat impact assessment, and habitat protections. Below is the Habitat Committee's recommendation to create challenge number 5 with 2 initial topics. The Habitat Committee also recommends a few edits to the existing proposed challenge and topics to highlight habitat-specific priority research needs. The Habitat Committee had limited time at this meeting to consider this agenda item and looks forward to providing additional input at the next opportunity. New challenge number 5, fisheries habitat science and habitat conservation. Ongoing and emerging issues of marine estuarine and freshwater resources impact FMP fisheries and their habitats. These pressures create additional challenges for management of all FMPs. 2 potential topics include a better understanding of distribution, habitat requirements, utilization, and fish habitat associations for all life stages of FMP species coastwide to inform EFH and habitat area of particular concern designations, fisheries management, spatial planning, and EFH impact assessments. Topic 2, better understand the impacts of non-fishing activities on the habitats of FMP species, e.g. offshore development proposals and related port developments, freshwater operations, and so on. For the proposed challenges presented in Attachment 1, the Habitat Committee recommends the following edits to capture habitat-specific priority research needs. For challenge number 2, fishery impact protections, many council-managed fisheries rely upon the protection of fishery impacts associated with trip limits, bag limits, season areas, and other factors. And we recommend including impacts of fishing gear on habitat that lead to area closures. That's the addition for the Habitat Committee. These require research and data to inform number of assumptions utilized in estimation. The new topic proposed for challenge number 2, evaluate the effect of fishing on habitat and the response of habitat to spatial closures. And a new topic proposed for challenge number 4, gain a better understanding of how climate change affects habitat function and utilization by FMP species. And that concludes the Habitat Committee report on this agenda item.
All right. Thanks, Scott. Questions for Dr. Appel on the Habitat Committee report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Appel. I'm struggling a little bit with the bolded part. You're recommending adding challenge 2, fishery impact projections, including impacts of fishing gears on habitat that led to area closures. Having been a modeler for fishery impact projections, primarily recreational, I don't recall ever modeling anything like that. Is something that is thought we already do, or is that something you're recommending we look into in the future? I just need some more information on what is expected there, what that is about. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that question through the chair, Ms. Mattis. I think there are a couple of different components that are there, not all of which would be modeling. For example, there is ongoing work, as was presented recently, on how the rockfish conservation areas have changed in the absence of trawling. And so seeing how that impact of fishing gears which led to those closures, but then what happens to the habitat afterwards, I think is one of the focuses that was considered here.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next up will be the GMP report and Whitney Roberts. Whitney.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Just checking that everyone can hear me.
We can. Welcome.
Excellent. Good afternoon, council members. I will read the Groundfish Management Team supplemental report on research and data needs. The Groundfish Management Team appreciates Pacific Fishery Management Council staff providing an initial suite of proposed challenges in Attachment 1. We support the proposed list and offer some considerations for refining it. Our discussion largely centered on nuances within Draft Challenge 1, which is data limited stocks. To either supplement or replace Challenge 1, we identified 2 distinct challenges, namely 1, the need to collect more data, and 2, how to manage fisheries with limited data. In the GMT's view, they are separate but interrelated as described below. Number 1, data limitations. And these are the top level proposed challenges, as I said. Data limitations. Under that, many species in the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan are considered data poor or data limited, imposing challenges to assessing the status of those species. While this issue is highlighted in the existing Challenge 1, there is both a management and a data element to this challenge. Data needs exist even for stocks not considered data limited. Therefore, separating out topics specifically related to data limitations could better focus future research and data collection. In addition to current data limitations, existing data streams, for example, the National Marine Fisheries Service Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey, may be impacted by declining funding, competing ocean uses, for example, offshore wind, and other disruptions, for example, pandemics. Under number 2, management challenges resulting from limited data. Given limited data and/or limited resources and the potential for increasing limitations in the future, the issue becomes how best to conduct stock assessments and make management decisions that meet our conservation mandates while safeguarding the future of West Coast fisheries. Additionally, regarding challenges 2 through 4, we offer some other comments. For challenge 2, fishery impact projections, while the current table of topics references offshore wind, there are other marine activities that are likely to be relevant to the council managed fisheries, both offshore and shoreside, in other words, important ports. Offshore, these activities include aquaculture, marine carbon removal, and deep sea mineral extraction or mining. Within ports important to commercial and recreational fisheries, the substantial increase in investment and industrial use associated with other ocean uses may provide a range of positive and negative impacts to existing infrastructures and users. While the exact impacts remain uncertain in all of these examples, increased competition for finite resources ashore and at sea is important to consider. Therefore, we suggest the topic of offshore wind be broadened to account for the breadth of marine activities impacting fishery dynamics. Alternatively, the council could consider creating an additional challenge focused on competing ocean uses. Under Challenge 3, which is socioeconomic resilience, equity and environmental justice is likely connected to socioeconomic resilience, but is a separate domain that is not explicitly addressed here. The council could consider including EEJ topics under this category or as a separate challenge. Under Challenge 4, which is intersection of ecosystem dynamics and fishery science and management, we emphasize it is important to consider the adaptiveness of our management process to external change. These changes may include environmental, economic, or social aspects. Finally, we are interested in any information on how updated research and data needs will be amplified and disseminated to universities and other bodies that could help fill these needs. And with that, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Whitney. Questions on the GMT report? Okay, seeing no hands. Thanks, Whitney. Next up will be Jamie Dimond and the GAP report. Welcome, Jamie.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Pettinger, council members, staff. I'm Jamie Dimond, charter south of Conception for California, filling in for Merritt McRae. I'll be reading the GAP report. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel supports the concept of streamlining, organizing, and prioritizing the council's research and data needs list in order to more effectively communicate and advertise the needs to potential research partners. The GAP recommends the council proceed with the direction outlined in the framework and draft list of challenges and offers the following comments and/or modifications. Groundfish fisheries are facing unprecedented challenges, but within the council context, research and data feeding into stock assessment process is critical for setting harvest specifications that reflect reality on the water and provide optimum yield and the needs of communities. The GAP has previously expressed that fisheries independent and dependent data are not capturing the full picture on juvenile populations and adult populations in difficult survey areas, affecting assessment outcomes. Lack of funding and staff time for survey, aging, assessment work increases uncertainty. Fishermen have volunteered to collect and/or report data that can be used to reduce uncertainty, but there's no clear nexus to incorporate this data into our process. There's excessive layering of precaution in our harvest specifications process through the time-varying sigma, maximum P-star of 0.45, and other built-in reductions. Stock assessment outcomes in our 2-year harvest spec cycle often lags behind current fishery conditions with little flexibility and very few green light options. Each of these individual factors come with a cost to catch limits, but in some cases, compounding of these factors results in drastic cuts to catch limits that do not match actual conditions on the ground, and this is eroding trust in the management outcomes. Something's broken when fishing participants and council members acknowledge that there are data and funding gaps contributing to the declining specifications, when buffer upon buffer is imposed on harvest opportunity, when data we volunteer to collect and contribute can't be incorporated into the process, and when fishing sectors have to fight each other for limited access to stocks that are prevalent on the grounds. The GAP is hopeful that the council's streamlined and prioritized research and data needs can begin to address some of these concerns and is appreciative of the work that was conducted to compile these ongoing challenges. With respect to the list of challenges, the GAP recommends adding integrating additional fisheries collected data, cooperative and collaborative research, and participatory science as a 5th challenge. While there are mentions of incorporating citizen science into stock assessments, there's a broader challenge on how fishing industry members can get needed and valuable information into the fishery management process. Members of the GAP and fishing industry have often volunteered to collect and/or provide information we are already collecting to the data collection process. For example, with regards to data limited stocks challenge, recreational fishermen on the GAP shared that while the retained catch they bring in counted at the dock, they would be willing to provide more information and even collect measurements, photos, or other information on what they released. If anglers recorded the species, quantity, and size of their released fish, that would provide additional information that is missing right now. Similarly, within ecosystem considerations, fishing participants are already collecting information such as water temperatures and making observations such as shifts in stock distribution, new species in new areas, weather changes, etc., that could be used to track trends over time. Data limited stocks. The GAP appreciates the inclusion of survey limitations to assess groundfish populations like a coast-wide fixed gear survey and continues to place this as our highest priority research and data need. Socioeconomic resilience. Consider combining improvements to assessing management risk, P-star assumptions, with time-varying sigma review revisions into more holistic descriptions such as quantifying uncertainty and assessing risk in fisheries management and harvest specification setting process. This could include considerations of changing the upper limit of P-star and looking at a national review of how uncertainty and risk are applied in other councils. The GAP recommends adding impacts to fishing and processing sectors when there are drastic changes to catch limits from year to year. For number 4, intersection of ecosystem dynamics and fishery science and management with respect to time-varying sigma review and revisions challenge, see the note above from number 3, socioeconomic resilience on describing this more holistically. The GAP does not support the Habitat Committee recommendation to capture habitat within the description of challenge bucket number 2, especially if habitat will be identified as a separate challenge. The council formally transmits research and data needs recommendations to science centers, and GAP recommends that the council consider explicitly notifying West Coast universities with fisheries programs of the research and data needs database. It's exciting to see students at University of Washington working on the update assessment for yellow eye coastwide and widow coastwide, as well as students at Oregon State researching yellow eye rockfish and black rockfish. We hope the council's revised research and data needs list will not only attract more work on these priority challenges, but also bring new participants and research partners into the management process for the long term. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. Questions on the GAP report? Okay, seeing that, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Lisa Hiller with the CPS management team. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, my name is Lisa Hillier, and I will be reading the supplemental CPS management team report on research and data needs. The CPS management team discussed the top science and management challenges and key topics associated with those challenges found in agenda item D3 attachment 1 and recommend the following. Under challenge 1, data limited stocks, add CPS to the list of FMP examples for the topic need for life history data to improve stock assessments. Under challenge 2, fishery impact projections, add CPS to the list of FMP examples for the topic better understanding of movement and changes in distribution, especially in relation to climate forcing, and move this topic under challenge 4. For the topic evaluate methods for apportionment of biomass within U.S. waters, add science to the science and or management column. Under challenge 3, socioeconomic resilience, add CPS to the list of FMP examples for the topic develop management strategies that are robust to forecast errors. And under challenge 4, the intersection of ecosystem dynamics and fishery science and management, add CPS to the list of FMP examples for the topic integration of ecosystem indicators and climate change impacts to stock assessments, develop more robust methods to integrate ecosystem information into stock assessments. Add the topic develop an alternative to the temperature recruitment relationship, EMSY, based on the Cal Coffee Temperature Index time series for Pacific sardine for the CPS FMP under science and management. Add CPS to the list of FMP examples for the topic ability to react faster to new information. Additionally, the CPSMT notes that a challenge focused on habitat issues per se may be useful to add to the list as there are topics related to essential fish habitat that may best fit under that challenge for many FMPs, including CPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Questions on the CPS management team report? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, next up would be Mark Fina in the CPS AS report. Welcome, Mark.
Hello, I'm Mark Fina with the report from the CPSAS. We had 3 items that we wanted to make suggestions on, all under challenge number 1, data limited stocks. First, add CPS to the need for additional life history data to improve stock assessments with a particular focus on juvenile sardines. There's been some research on that. that's or some comments in research that we don't really know much about their distribution and migration. Second item was develop management that includes all Pacific sardines coast-wide as a management priority. And then thirdly, under the AT survey estimates topic, we thought it would be worthwhile to point out that there's ongoing research with the acoustic trawl to make sure that estimates of CPS species are more accurate and identify species more accurately than they currently are. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Questions on CPS-AS report? Okay, thanks. All right, next up would be Robin Elke and the STT report. Robin, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
Awesome. I just traveled back to Vancouver, Washington, where it is raining, so I'm a little envious of you all right now. But here is the STT report for research and data needs. The STT submitted a very brief report that essentially just confirms that the initial list that was provided is well aligned with the key salmon issues, and they're supportive of continuing the development of prioritizing research and data needs. And that completes the STT report.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Questions for Robin on the STT report? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you, Robin. Stay dry.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right. Okay, next up would be Jessica Watson and the HMS Management Team report. Welcome back, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, Jessica Watson, and I will be reading the supplemental HMSMT report. The team was briefed by the SSC member, Dr. Cheryl Barnes, on research and data needs. The team discussed the research and data needs challenges identified in Agenda Item D3 Attachment 1. The team supports the listed challenges, including the Habitat Committee's recommendation to add challenge number 5, as found in their supplemental report 1 under this agenda item. The team believes the high-level descriptions of its research and data needs in the advanced briefing book is largely inclusive of research and data needs for HMS management purposes. The team recommends the council prioritize ongoing research and data needs for HMS management, such as HMS diet data collection, which is a topic of interest for both HMS and coastal pelagic species management, and is needed to identify essential fish habitat. The team also recommends prioritizing any emerging time-sensitive needs as it continues to work to update its research and data needs, such as those required to develop the HMS roadmap. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
All right. Questions for Jessica on the management team report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Watson, you said you were briefed by Dr. Barnes. Did you see the whole, did the HMS MT see that whole list that the SSC is recommending and having a discussion other than what you just mentioned?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. The team had a brief discussion, but that report at the time, the SSC report at the time, was not finalized, so we did not have it to reference.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Lynn. Okay. I think you're good. Thanks, Jessica. Next up will be Mike Conroy in the HMS AS report. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be reading our statement. Rather, I'll summarize what our statement says. Given how HMS fisheries are managed via international agreements and actions of regional fishery management organizations, there may be cases where the HMS research and data needs fit within the overall theme of our domestic structures, but have different implications for management. We agree with inclusion of key HMS science challenges, including within the categories of data limited stocks, fishery impact projections, and socioeconomic resilience. We did suggest one specific edit under the data limited theme, the second line in the table under section 1. We proposed adding in and improvements to fishery dependent methods after the parentheses item CKMR to account for changing fleet dynamics being seen in international HMS fisheries. And that's what I got.
Thanks, Mike. Questions on the HMS-AS report? Dr. Lett?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mike, for that report. One challenge faced by, well, all the fisheries that we manage, but in particular, we're focusing in HMS on the problem of bycatch. Is there any research that we would recommend for helping us address that problem? Research on overlay of protected species and fishing effort, different techniques used in fisheries and so forth. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Lent, for that question. We didn't discuss that in any way, shape, or form. However, considering what some of the goals and aspects are of the roadmap and how that's a big part of it, I assume that we can, at least domestically and on the West Coast here, begin to utilize that and look at things like EcoCast to try to help predict and avoid bycatch to the extent we can.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? Okay, thanks, Mike. Okay, that concludes the reports and takes us to public comment, which I believe we have one. That'd be Jamie Diamond. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. I am Jamie Diamond, owner at Stardust Sport Fishing out of Santa Barbara, California, as well as co-vice president of the Sport Fishing Association of California. Thank you, Chair and Council members, for the opportunity to provide testimony on critical research and data needs to effectively manage groundfish stocks along the West Coast. The foundation of sustainable fisheries management lies in actionable science, not speculative theorizing or abstract projections or even feelings. As such, I urge the Council to prioritize research that directly supports stock assessments and management, ensuring that resources are used effectively and results are directly applicable to fisheries operations. Key priorities should be incorporating fish from areas close to fisheries access. Many closed areas, both actual via MPAs as well as de facto closed areas, contain critical populations of groundfish that are not adequately captured in traditional stock assessments. Utilizing tools like ROV, conducting independent surveys in these areas can provide crucial data for more accurate population estimates and spatial distribution insights. This approach is far more beneficial than investments in abstract ecosystem modeling that often culminate in academic papers and outreach materials with limited practical impact. Optimizing observations of young of the year recruitment. Characterizing recruitment deviations earlier in the life cycle is essential for predicting year class strength before those fish enter the fishery. Practical strategies include employing ROVs, scuba-based research, PISCO surveys, and SMRFs to observe young of the year recruitment. Plankton tows, while valuable for other purposes, do not adequately address the significant mortality between the pelagic stage and recruitment to substrate. This shift towards direct observation will enhance our ability to understand recruitment variability and inform stock projections. Completing life history data for rockfish species. Current efforts to gather life history data for targeted rockfish species are commendable, but the process is limited by otolith reading capacity. Expanding this capacity should be a top priority to expedite the completion of life history profiles, enabling more precise assessments and informed management decisions. Things like the FT years, which is moving. Collaborative and cooperative research projects are an invaluable component for effective fisheries management. These initiatives, which bring together fishermen, scientists, and other stakeholders, operate at a fraction of the cost using agency resources alone. By leveraging the knowledge, vessels, and equipment of industry partners and community volunteers, these projects significantly expand research capacity and reduce overhead. Moreover, they can often be initiated and scaled much faster than agency-only projects, providing timely data that directly supports management decisions. Engaging fishermen and local stakeholders also fosters a sense of shared responsibility and trust, ensuring the research outcomes are both practical and widely supported. Prioritization and expansion of these partnerships will greatly improve our ability to address critical data gaps while maximizing the efficiency and impact of the limited resources we have. Streamlining science management nexus. While climate resilience is an important consideration, it's essential to recognize that fisheries and fishermen have already demonstrated an exceptional capacity to adapt to environmental changes. The true bottleneck lies in the regulatory arena, where the pace of adapting management measures lags far behind the capabilities of the fishing community and advancements in technology. A clear example is the lengthy 10-year process to incorporate the Emily Platt exempted fisheries permit into regulation. To address this, the council should focus on increasing scientific capacity, reducing workload bottlenecks, and accelerating adaptive management measures. Investments in pragmatic, fisheries-relevant research will deliver far greater benefits than allocating resources to speculative climate change scenarios, especially those developed without meaningful input from experienced fishermen. Addressing excessive precaution in harvest specs, as identified by the GAP. The harvest specs process has become overly burdened by layers of precaution, such as the application of time-varying sigma, a maximum P-star of 0.45, and other built-in reductions. While precaution is vital for sustainability, the cumulative effect of these measures often results in unnecessary harvest limitations that constrain fishing communities and impede economic viability. To improve the process, we should reevaluate how uncertainty and risk are compounded and incorporated into harvest specs. It could include increasing the upper limit of P-star, which would allow a more balanced consideration of both conservation goals and the needs of the fishing industry. I also agree with the GAP. A national review of how other regional fisheries management councils address uncertainty and risk could provide valuable insight and help standardize approaches. These changes would enhance effectiveness and fairness of harvest specs process while maintaining robust projections for fish stocks. I urge the council to prioritize practical, actionable research over abstract theoretical studies. By focusing on the points outlined above and those identified by advisory bodies and the science staff themselves, some repeatedly for decades, we can ensure that science serves as a robust foundation for sustainable fisheries management and that resources are allocated where they will have the greatest impact on groundfish stock health and fishery viability. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Jamie. Question for Jamie on her testimony? Asia Sabalo.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Simon, for your public comment. I wanted to just offer you the chance to tell a little bit about the pictures that flashed up on the screen while you were talking. And what really caught me while you were speaking was your discussion of citizen science. And I don't think you used the word citizen science. And I think there's a distinction there between what you're doing as a sport fisher, rather than I think of citizen science as like general public, members of the public contributing to information. But maybe you could talk a little bit about the value that that anglers offer to providing information for this process and incorporating all of that into research and data needs.
Chair, through the chair. Thank you for the question. So we used several different terms actually in the GAP statement, and I refer to that here. So there's cooperative, collaborative, participative science. The participative science is also referred to as citizen science. The pictures are from different cooperative and collaborative fisheries projects that we've been working on over the last several years. We were able to work directly with NMFS staff, with the science centers, to get protocols and procedures in place for one of them, the one with the fish tags, and you saw fecundity sampling being done. That project started literally right after the June meeting of 2022. And we have gone from just several ports in the Southern California area to now all of California is in that sampling. And so those were pictures from across California that are participating in that program. The other program highlighted there was the CCFRP, which was initially developed for monitoring MPAs inside and outside. And we have been able to, the royal we, have been able to work with them to also obtain samples during that to input into the collaborative project we're working on. There were members of the GAP, and I know I'm kind of stepping from public comment to GAP statement, but there were members of the GAP private recreational fishermen from other states as well who have expressed interest and want to provide actual citizen science on their own, creating their own version of a logbook to use to try and offer more and better and more accurate information to dockside samplers. That is an example of citizen science. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond. And then I just want to ask you a little bit to elaborate a little bit on how you perceive the uptake of that data into the rest of the management process.
So by working directly with stock assessors to find out where the data gaps are and not just create new projects that collect data just for the sake of doing it, it's very deliberate and very practical and targeted. And so this is the exact type of information, the data streams that they need to have full, robust assessments, to fill in all the gaps that are missing so that they are able to do their job as best, instead of that, well, just because it's available doesn't mean it's best kind of feeling. Like it's truly, this is best. And the point of the cooperative sampling project that has expanded across the state is incredibly important because we are now in the process of not just collecting stocks samples for a specific stock for one assessment. It is an ongoing collection of information across a breadth of our groundfish stocks that will continually be put into the data bank, if you will, and being continually updated with new and more information in a meaningful way so that we won't come to an assessment and say, we have nothing to do it with. Hurry up and get something right now. We have the time series. We have the time to collect this. We are targeting the things that we have less information on right now. But it went from starting with copper rockfish. That was the initial need of the project. And then quillback rockfish. And now we are sampling many different species within the different complexes. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Asia. Anyone else? All right, thanks, Jamie.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, that concludes public comment. It takes us to council action. Lynn Mattis.
Right. Go ahead.
Oh,
okay. I'm just
yeah, the council action is different than we have in our the summary here. So,
and I thought we were in the discussion.
We are.
Place. Okay. Yeah. Just making sure I hadn't missed a step or two. It's day 3, but it feels like day 12. Some of the discussion we're having we're going to be having, and we have the questions and all that, may sound critical of what council staff has provided us. And please don't take any of that discussion as criticism of what has been done. I and I think others appreciate council staff trying to come up with something better and more useful for everybody in this process as far as this research and data needs. And I say this having some extra insight, having been helping behind the scenes develop the database, helping with the contractor and the nuts and bolts on it. The database is an improvement over the 350 some item list that covers 80 some, 90 some pages of text if you print it single space, etc. But the database still needs improvement. It's still not as useful as it could be. So I appreciate the look at this and trying to come up with a better way. I think the SSC has some good points and some things needing to be broken out a little bit more. The Habitat Committee brought up some good points with there needs to be some habitat considerations. So I think we're moving in the right direction in making this more useful. Another piece that has come up as part of this discussion is what I've heard is the sharing of information. Who all gets this? Who all has this? Do universities have it? Do agencies have it? Do agencies communicate with each other? Maybe not everybody knows that there is something called the Groundfish Technical Committee. It used to be called the Technical Subcommittee of the Groundfish Committee. It is a joint working group of people from Alaska Fish and Game, Canadian DFO, the 3 West Coast state groundfish or marine adjacent states, NMFS, and all of the universities. That group gets together at least once a year to talk about everything groundfish related, which doesn't help CPS, it doesn't help HMS, it doesn't help salmon. But that group is intended to be the West Coast or the Eastern North Pacific think tank on groundfish. I personally don't know if they have access to this database. I will be talking with our person on that group when she's back in the office on Monday. But I think that might be a venue, at least for on the groundfish side, to make sure here's the stuff we know that's going on and moving forward. But again, I appreciate council staff trying to come up with a way to make this more useful and not so overwhelming. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? Sharon Kiefer.
I agree with Lynn. I like the kind of the structure you have created in terms of thinking in terms of top challenge and then related topics. I think is a good way to kind of start that process of synthesis. I found great recommendations in all of the reports. And so, maybe a little further synthesis of what we heard back from our advisory bodies might be worthy. But I like kind of the structure that you have laid out. Recognizing those are examples. I know each one of those challenges is going to have a fairly long list of topics probably underneath it. But to me, that made sense and kind of that step down process.
Thank you, Sharon. Asia Simone.
Thank you. And thanks to all the advisory bodies for the reports. I thought they were very helpful in articulating the greatest concerns for them. I think some of the advisory bodies went certainly into a lot more detail than others, but what kept coming to mind as they were reading the reports was the discussion that we had quickly under agenda item C1 when we were talking about the stock assessment review RFI that the council will embark on later on. I think this is a good area to look back to think about areas of concern across the advisory bodies, and might be a way to tee up their involvement in developing the research that comes out of that RFI later. I really loved the GAPS idea about sharing the research priorities with universities. I know back in my time in NOAA, there are a couple of graduate programs too that actively seek out projects from actual entities to see how they can contribute really actively to the real body of management that's out there. And so a really more targeted engagement in that way, I think would be really wonderful. And I do echo that we saw a lot of, the script students that have come and commented throughout the meeting. And then also the grad students that have been around through the week. It's been really lovely to see them engage that way. And it might be a really good way to drag people into this very lengthy process in the future. And then, I just wanted to emphasize the clear calls that I heard for adding habitat in some way, social science and economics as big areas. And then I heard a lot of, I really want to sit in the space of discussion about on the water experience and adding that into the process more effectively as well. And I liked Sharon's ask for maybe not just, deciding on the top priority areas right now, but having some synthesis of what we heard out of the reports into a new form or structure later that incorporates some of the concerns that they raised. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Asia. Anyone else? Executive Director Bird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief comment in response to Ms. Mattis's, expressed concern that council staff might take some of this personally, and just rest assured we're not. I think the way this is unfolding is exactly how I was hoping it would unfold. Sometimes you have to float a trial balloon with some structure and get people to respond to it. Those people are the excellent folks on our advisory bodies, the excellent folks in public, and they're really helping us flesh this out and make it a nice vision. So it's going exactly the way I wanted it to go. So, but appreciate your concern.
Okay. Lynn?
Thank you, Executive Director Burden. I'm not seeing any other hands jumping to go up. So I'm going to float a balloon with a draft motion that I'm sure some holes may get poked into, but at least it can continue the discussion if we're at that point. Not intending to cut anybody off, but I didn't see any other hands popping up.
Well, we like motions.
All righty. I move the council adopt the below list as the top science and management challenges, not in priority order, with a description of each challenge as specified in the SSC report. Data collection, stock assessment methodologies, life history and stock structure, evaluating fishery impacts, ecosystem dynamics, harvest policy, economics and social science, habitat science, and spatial management. The proposed framework should encourage engagement between the Scientific and Statistical Committee and the other advisory bodies when identifying and prioritizing research and data needs. Additionally, active monitoring and updating of the status, example, active, completed, no action, of the research projects and the overall database is required and should be undertaken more frequently than the council's 5-year review cycle.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It is. Thank you.
Okay, looking for a second. Seconded by Corey Writings. Thank you, Corey. All right, speak to your motion, Lynn.
Thank you, Chair. I did use the SSC recommendations, their report as the basis for this motion. One main place you'll notice a difference is not having economics and social sciences broken out as two separate items. Those seem to be very much in line together. And we tend to often talk about socioeconomics. So I thought those would work better together. The SSC list seems to incorporate a lot of the input, a lot of the big picture items that the other advisory bodies mentioned, specifically adding the habitat piece that our habitat committee had mentioned. I did not put all of the description. I'm referencing what's in the SSC report so that I didn't have to basically reread the SSC report, but the descriptions of each challenge, the more details can be found in their report. The two sentences at the end are just kind of clean up and how we move forward, encourage early engagement between the SSC and our advisory bodies. I know sometimes their scheduling doesn't always work that way with the SSC meeting before a lot of our other advisory bodies get here. And then updating of the database. And I will freely admit I'm complacent in that as I transitioned off the GMT and Mr. DeVore retired. I think some of the database didn't get updated. Even though it's not technically my role anymore, I will try to help work with Marlene or whoever and help with updating that. So it's just trying to get the process updated better. So hopefully that will allow some additional discussion as we go forward. Thank you.
Excellent. Questions for the motion maker initially? Mark Relnick first. Mark?
Just a quick question. In the last paragraph, it reads, additionally, active monitoring and updating of the status, and there's a parenthetical of the research progress. Should that be projects, or did you mean progress?
Thank you, Mr. Gorelnik. It's intended to mean progress on projects. So I thought just process or progress would cover that without having to have two words that sounded very, very similar. If it needs to be in there, I would gladly accept a friendly amendment.
Thanks, Mark. See, Sharon Keever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Lynn, you heard me question data collection, just generic data collection. That's the one element that I certainly can, all of the other challenges, I easily visualize topics and then the research and data needs. but data collection without any qualifier and that's why I'd asked about, was this about more structure of data collection or actual data collection? I'm having a difficulty with that as a standalone challenge. And just wondering what your thoughts were about that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pettinger and Ms. Kiefer. We can't do any of our jobs without data. There has been challenges recently with funding and the NOAA white ships needing to be replaced. PACFIN and RECFIN either have flat or decreasing funding for our state sampling programs, our on the water programs. I know we at ODFW are struggling to put pennies together to do another nearshore survey. So I think it's trying to use that as an umbrella to maybe help support maintaining or getting additional funding, and so that we don't lose the sampling programs we already have. Hopefully that helps some.
Mr. Chairman, yes, it does. And that actually, to me, gets more at the structural aspects of data collection. That is a lot easier for me to make that connection from challenge to topics to needs, as opposed to fundamental data, which all of those other bullets, will have more specific data needs that leads me more easily to the R&D need. And so when you frame it that way, I see that, and that makes more sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Okay. All right. Okay, so I guess now open discussion on the motion. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Mattis, for providing this. I was looking at this and thinking about your combination of economics and social science, and wondering if it merited a question or whether an amendment or not. And I think at this point, not. But I did just want to put out for the record, just noting that those, economics is a social science, but there is a difference in these two, the way that they're described in the SSC report and the way you briefly describe them. So I would hope as this moves forward that there is if this moves forward and this is where we end up at the end of this whole process, that there's just a conscientious effort by council staff and others in the process when this product is being developed to continue to highlight both of those, and especially the social science aspect, because that is something we are continuing to hear across FMPs that we need more help with.
Thank you, Corey. Rebecca Litt.
Thank you, and Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Mattis, for the proposal. I share a little bit of heartburn because I know you probably don't think it's a big deal, but the way it's characterized, both the economics and the social sciences, that we're only going to look at the economics of policies aimed at economics and the economics of social sciences aimed at communities. In fact, this type of analysis, community impacts, economic impacts, we do it for all of them, for NEPA, for all policies. So I'll share that heartburn with Ms. Ridings for different reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay. Well, Heather Hall.
Well, just to chime in a little bit on that, I think it's not minimizing either one to combine them, but really the social science is about understanding the effects on communities, so on fishing communities. So, combining them is not meant to minimize either one, but to just say that they're both looking at the effects on communities. And I don't know if that helps with the heartburn.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, I get to call for a question. We're there. Okay, that's where we're at. I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. All right, well done. Thank you, Lynn. Okay. Let's see. Okay, any additional discussion? All right, Len Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Since I seem to be taking the lead on this one, don't know how I volunteered myself with that. Given our schedule, it looks like we're doing a PPA in April. I think I saw that in the presentation. Therefore, hopefully between now and then, there will be time for the SSC and our other advisory bodies to look at these management challenge categories and start to fill in some more of it and come back to us in April with some more of these details on the key topics associated with each challenge. I know, like specifically the CPS-MT did a good job of trying to provide us some of those details in this report, but hopefully we can have some more of that from the other advisory bodies when we come back to this topic in April, if that, I think that was the plan. So when we have the PPA, we can move forward. And this way there's time for our advisory bodies to react to what we've just done.
Thank you, Lynn. What else? Okay. Well, Marlene, how are we doing?
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. You have provided the challenges to guide this process for the next step. You've also provided some guidance for the SSC and the advisory bodies between now and when we would see this agenda item again. I will note that we will work with other council staff and our executive team on looking at this agenda item will be on the council floor in April, but we need to take some time with the advisory bodies in March in order to allow for providing you with something in the advanced briefing book for the April council meeting as well. So just to note that there will be a lot of work done between now and then, and we appreciate having the guidance and what you've provided today. So I think that closes out this topic for what we were hoping to accomplish. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Marlene. Great work on your part. Get us here. So, okay. Well, we're going to go straight to D4, but we're going to pause a little bit to see people need to change. I know the seats. Okay. No staff is changing, but Kelly, whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Chair Pettinger. This is agenda item D4, Council Operations and Priorities. At this meeting, I will provide you with an update on the progress to date implementing the Council's recommendations to improve Council operations. These recommendations are in response to the Council's long-term budget prognosis, staff and advisor workload, and the need to address these challenges while maintaining and enhancing the Council's decision-making progress. Relative to the background, just to refresh you how we got here, in June 2024, the Council provided guidance and set benchmarks to improve operational efficiency, reduce costs, enhance public participation, and strengthen the decision-making process based on the Executive Director's recommendations. And there's links in the situation summary to the Executive Director's report to you. Those recommendations were an outgrowth of the Committee of the Whole meeting that happened in January of this year. Additionally, in the SITSUM, you'll find links to that meeting page and the reports considered by the Committee of the Whole. Council action under this agenda item is simply just to consider the staff report and provide any guidance as necessary on next steps. You will find in the briefing materials, attachment 1 lays out a summary of the motion that was provided in June. That is, the left column contains that council guidance. It also includes the council recommended timeline for implementation, which was noted kind of to set the time frame, but also there was encouragement for staff to implement these measures as soon as practicable. The final column is kind of a status and next steps. So you can see the work that we have done to date on your recommendations, as well as what we intend to do in the future. In attachment 1, you'll see we have accomplished quite a bit of your guidance from that June council meeting. As you get into about the 3rd page, you will see that several items are shaded. Those are items that we haven't yet embarked upon. They are things that Merrick and I intend to do some deeper thinking over the winter to develop the plans for those for implementation of those items. So again, here, this is really just an informational update. I'd be happy to answer any questions about our progress to date. I'll note that there are no advisory body reports on this agenda item since it is just informational. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions for Kelly on our overview? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Ames. No question. I just wanted to offer appreciation for this. It's we're putting our words into action, and I can see it. And I, you know, when we said goodbye to the GMT and the GAP yesterday, it was weird, and seeing them all go home, and I think they were feeling a bit this similarly, like this feels odd, and I know it's different, and so appreciate us doing it though, and seeing how it goes, and offering support to our management team and advisors while they're listening from home or wherever. We know they're still there, and so I just wanted to express my appreciation for that, for doing hard things. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. On a similar vein to Ms. Hall, our advisory bodies have been taking to heart how we've requested they provide reports, especially some of our more lengthy and complicated reports. Just because I sit for them more, the GAP and the GMT have been doing a good job of trying to put their recommendations right up front and center so they're easy to follow, and summarizing reports where they can. I know other advisory bodies are doing presentations instead of reading reports, which is saving us some time and some effort. So I just want to applaud them, because it's not just us that's doing work. Want to thank them for the work they're doing in trying to help us with our efficiencies, because it is a change of thought on how you do things, and maybe a little extra work behind the scenes. But I just wanted them acknowledged as well.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay. Anyone else? All right. I'm kind of disappointed that September 25 is unshaded, actually. But okay. Yeah. Just to be able to check, there's a public comment either. I didn't see anything on there. Okay, so make sure. Okay. Okay. Kelly, how are we doing on this 2-hour?
Well, we have implemented some efficiencies.
Yes.
Really appreciate all the feedback and comments. It is hard to make these changes to a process that has been structured in the same way for many years. So really appreciate the creative thinking and the patience as we learn and adjust and implement these new changes. So we'll be coming back to you at a future meeting and letting you know about the shaded items. But for now, your work here is done, and thank you.
All right. Well, it's really great work by everybody. It's amazing what we've done since January. So really cool. All right. Well, we're done for the day, but we will go into executive session here, but we're going to take a 2-minute break before we do that. So see you in about 4 o'clock.